Pretty much perfect timing. I was debating on if I was going to do art tonight, but those that saw the notifications on Twitter or Blue Sky, it was 100 and something degrees when I woke up. It was thus 110 plus in my house. So I wasn't even sure if I was going to stream tonight at all, firstly. Just Tuhoos, so we're gonna start in Tuho segment. I was also debating if I wanted to do Reimu's Awesome Holiday. And I decided against that. Just because I didn't really feel like, starting up a game. Also, I apologize for the loud thumping. That's... The humidity has led to, I really need to just freaking find a way to... The humidity has led to the GGF being very freaking packed in. Let me see if I can... Picked up a lot of dust. That is packed in. God damn. This isn't even my desk, really. Also, how you doing tonight, Candy? I understand now what you meant about, there's only 3 Deponia games. That was certainly the 4th game of a trilogy. Hey Ray, how you doing tonight? Also melting. Thank you for the subscription, ChatGPT. I have no idea what... Oh my god, moving to Alaska sounds like a dream right now. I wasn't even sure if I was going to... I didn't even know if I was going to stream tonight. Because it was 100 plus outside, so it was 110 plus inside. It fucking sucked, dude. I mean, I'm up for joining, depending on what you're doing. I'm pretty much finished with the commission, and Frosty almost got in trouble for it because I sent the update in at like 9 a.m. while I was half asleep, so I forgot to spoil it. So she wound up getting she wound up opening it at work. But I've got a few minor details to adjust on it, and then we're It's the second time I've done that, is the worst part about that. But yeah, I'll send that. I'm still debating if I want to... I want to work on a new design or not for Halloween, or if I want to just work on or just pick up more commissions. Did you only just now notice the eggplant theming? I mean, I guess you haven't really been in any of the streams where I've had my more recent outfit on, which just outright has it on my shoulder. Let me pull it out for a second. But yeah, the shoulder patch on this outfit is eggplant. I also have it on the summer comfy outfit. Citadel? What is Citadel? Okay, this isn't the one that's got the new rigging on it. This is my old rigging. I should have known because it's not the one that's got the Why are my hips what? Don't tell me that my hips actually were clipping through on that on the... Now I'm paranoid. Are they actually clipping through on the... No, because I freaking... I don't think they're that wide. I mean, aside from, you know, freaking... They're not that bad, I don't think. Granted, I'm also, you know, able to compare it to, like, freaking Apollo and Vex and whatnot, who have hips that are about twice as wide as the width of their freaking shoulders, so... It's actually been a bit even for Tuhu Tuesdays that I freaking... since I've, started off in the Akatsuki region, because normally it's been art days, so I forget, oh hey, we start off with Tuhu songs on Tuhu Tuesday. But yeah, I was debating if I was even going to stream today due to the heat. Then it rained, and it cooled off a little bit, so less painful. For once, the rain was not just a tease that was going to make me look like a fool. It did, in the end, wind up only raining for about, like, 10 minutes, but it was still enough to allow the cool front to come through afterward. I don't live in the equator. I'm actually closer to the Arctic Circle than I am the equator. Which is really fucking funny. I really wish it would. I wish that the whole meme about Ohio taking up more freaking territory all the time meant that I moved. Along with that. Granted, I suppose that I would probably move closer to the equator in that case, because one of the places that's claimed to be taken by Ohio is New Zealand, so... Oh no. It's not about the weather. The meme is that Ohio spreads like a plague. Like, just the border expands. Because, apparently a lot of, UK and, Western Europe thinks that Ohio actually does just spread. Like, meme off. So that's very amusing. Let me pop this up real quick. We want to just freaking have this on its own thing. I don't think that Ohio wants to claim LA. I don't want to claim LA, that's for damn sure. I don't really want to own any part of California at all. California can stick to itself. In fact, let's all just, you know... Who was it? Scoo that freaking keeps saying that we need to all grab shovels in the middle of the night and, like, dig, California out and just shove it off into the ocean? I'd be down for that. I really need to clean up my tabs more. You mean the Pacific? If you're talking about California, California's on the Pacific side. I see. Bring this up in my studio. Grab this. 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 There. That's prepped for when we get to that. Also, shout out to me constantly getting encoding preset warnings. Always a great sign. I really wish that any of my shit worked. Though, Nami says that she's got court next week. Yeah. Apparently it's gotten so bad that she had to go to court rather than being able to actually get the refund for the 1.5K. Because the insurance and DHL, neither of them wanted to take accountability for DHL having someone just walk out with a whole ass PC tower. No one wants to take accountability. And the insurance company just wanted to go, oh, hey, you got 75% on... DHL, firstly, is supposed to, on their own, pay out 100% if something like this happens. 100% refund. And it is DHL's fault, because it was one of their workers that stole the thing. But the insurance company is supposed to cover 70% of it as a backup. And they also refuse. They gave her 70... Not 70. They gave her $300 and a pat on the back saying sorry. And they refused to budge. Because DHL is still, quote-unquote, investigating. 3 months later, again, like I've said every time this came up, if they were to find it, they're going to find maybe the case and maybe a hard drive. The rest of the thing is scattered to the seven winds in other people's PCs because they probably sold the parts by now. It's been 3 months. They're not finding that shit. Because they couldn't even stop it from happening despite the fact that it's a whole ass PC tower. But neither of them wants to actually freaking pay out, so Nami has just gone to court over it at this point to try and get some of the money back, rather than 1/5 and a fuck you. It's not even a we're sorry. They're not sorry. If they were sorry, they wouldn't have gone to court over it. It's so fucking stupid, dude. But I mean, at least it's progress. Hopefully, we can actually get some of the money back, and maybe that means that we can try again for freaking, I don't know, freaking whatever plan you want to classify it at this point. That would technically be retrying Plan B. There's so many goddamn moving parts in this thing at this point. And at this point, because I think that the weirdest part is that I'm going to wind up with like 2 PCs freaking by the end of this, unless Nami keeps the money, which honestly I wouldn't blame her at this point. But because I don't want to freaking say this in a way that, like, sounds mean or anything, but because, like, Desktop wanted to get a passable state thing, like, we have what we have here, and if Nami still wants to use the money that comes from the insurance to freaking try for Plan B again, then we just have freaking 2 things set up, and then on top of that, I still have this goddamn thing, because for some reason, my freaking uncle still had the ancient Dell computer that I thought was sitting in my closet. The one that I was originally replacing for my late grandmother. So I don't know. I have no idea where we're gonna wind up being sitting once that's all said and done, to be honest. I mean, I guess that in that case we freaking look up how to do a dual PC setup proper. What do you mean which Nasu's more smug? I could show you a few Nasus that are even more smug than this. I don't want to listen to that right now. Yeah, we'll go there. But yeah. Actually, I technically can't because I think that, most of the very, very smug Nasus are not Twitch safe. Jesus fucking Christ, this is a 5-mile list. But yeah, that's I guess on an intended update. I didn't exactly expect to be, you know, updating again like the day after. But Nami had a follow-up today and freaking messaged me after I gave my freaking blowout over the dead motherboard. And I decided to take the opportunity to ask, oh yeah, is there any updates on you getting your money back? I still can't fucking believe that. 2 different groups that are supposed to cover for the shit. And having to go freaking... having to go to court just because neither of them wants to do their goddamn jobs. The only thing that they're hired for. Or has policies for. It's so fucking ridiculous. But let me look at this real quick. Close that. And we'll hop over to we're just gonna watch some Genso Chronicle today. Because I did want to stream a bit, but I also don't want to, like... I don't know, I don't have the energy to freaking do much of anything major. Is the worst part. Because I didn't want to miss a Tuhu Tuesday. I don't want to miss 2 in a row, I should say. But I also am in a state where I don't want to, like, start up a game, but I also don't have, like, I have two anniversaries. I have an anniversary and a birthday that are both tomorrow. How am I channeling Komachi exactly? But I have Yomi's birthday is tomorrow. Awoo's anniversary is tomorrow, but I have no idea what I'd do for the art piece for those. I could think of characters for both of them theoretically, but like I don't know how to put them together. And I don't know how exactly I'd just fucking overall do it, I guess. And then obviously, you know, 100 degrees just sapped my energy. Tell you what though, whenever I can get my next proper sleep, which hopefully will be tomorrow, it'd be nice to get my proper sleep on my break day where I don't have to get up at any specific time. That sleep tax is going to be strong. Is this does this
For
go over this?
newcomers to the official Toho Project games, Embodiment of Scarlet Devil is the one that people usually start with.
Please
It
pause.
is the very first game
Please
following
pause.
the soft reboot of the series for the Windows platform. Being easily the most iconic game in the series, the
Please pause. I slept for like how much did I sleep back on my last sleep tax day? It was 14 hours, I think. I'm glad that YouTube is doing its thing that I love that it does every fucking time. I can't take care of myself any better as far as the sleep tax goes. My sleep is dog shit right now because on average, it'll be 98 degrees by noon. I have two fans running at any given time, blowing directly on me in order to try and cool me off. If it gets to a certain degree, I physically have to lie in an ice pack or I risk hospitalization because I produce that much body heat. I fucking hate summer, dude. And I can't freaking... We have two window AC units because a couple years ago, my actual AC unit for my house fucking broke. Actually, was it, what, 3 years ago now? Year 1 sucked. That's when I got that. Year 2's when I got that. And I had a freaking window fan as well in order to freaking try and vent some air out of my room to cool off my room a little bit better. So yeah, this is year 3. And it costs about the same level of money that it would cost to fix my roof, to fix my AC unit. And at this point, it probably just needs to get replaced because it's 3 years that it's just been continuously freaking... Who the fuck are you? Your design looks interesting. Let me open you in a private window so that I can freaking... And then if it needs to get replaced, it's also fucking expensive, because everything's fucking expensive around here. Everything's fucking expensive in general. I wanna die. In Minecraft, please don't ban me for a month, Twitch. Because that's obviously the thing that makes people feel good, is having one of their outlets, hobbies, and potentially their work removed from them for a month. Shout out to poor Shondo. Either way. But yeah, I try my best to try and get some sleep. It's been a little worse recently because I wind up staying up late working on art, but it's mostly the heat that winds up killing, like, any quality of sleep more than it is my amount of sleep. So when I actually can get some decent sleep because it's not 800 degrees for a single day, I sleep for... That's me clicking on the wrong goddamn thing, and everything's gonna break for a second because Opera is so goddamn bloated. Oh, please don't cascade fail. Please don't cascade fail. But yeah, I don't know. It's really, really fucking just the worst.
For newcomers to the official Toho Project games, Embodiment of Scarlet Devil is the one that people usually start with. It is the very first game following the soft reboot of the series for the Windows platform. Being easily the most iconic game in the series, the characters introduced in it have received the lion's share of the spotlight over the years, both in canon and fan content. Naturally, we know a lot about the members of its cast compared to the games that have followed in the 20+ years since its release. And then there's Rumia. Rumia is the very first character that the player will come across in Toho 6, and yet, aside from a couple of articles or guest appearances, we don't ever really see her again.
That was actually mentioned, in the name origins video, I think it was? Or was it the inspirations video that we saw a couple weeks back? How she's just kind of exists, and there's not even, like, inspiration-wise, a lot that to go off of. Because she just, aside from existing in the game, doesn't really have a whole lot of information at all.
Simply one of the many characters we aren't given a lot of information on. Really, what is there to know? Consider Toho to be a giant canvas.
What?
Really, what is there to know? Consider Toho to be a giant canvas, and Zun its painter. And yet, many times as each element he paints, or character he writes, nears completion, he stops, and starts to draw something else completely elsewhere. This is how he writes characters. He may return to give them more details later, or he may not. A lot of people get understandably frustrated at this approach. While a lot of characters he writes are static and require require no character arc. Some are written with unanswered questions or conflict.
I mean, at least Flan has gotten a little bit more due to the books. Satori, unfortunately, in her manga, has been replaced with the villain as the main character now. So, get bent, I guess.
It's like being given access to the first half of a character's story only to find out there's no conclusion.
I mean, that's the thing. Satori's not the villain in Cheating Detective Satori. There is a different villain who got revealed, and then the following book is like, okay, by the way, this whole story, this whole point of Satori going through all this, forget it. Doesn't matter. This is the actual main character of this story. Ignore the name on the book.
Despite the writer continuing the work. It used to be my biggest gripe with the series, but if you're inclined to listen, I would ask that you hear my humble defense of his methodology. And the vehicle for this being none other than Rumia and the fan work Yo-Remu by Joyful, a work often erroneously transliterated as Osana-Remu. I will be spoiling the entire series in this video, so
Let me actually find... I don't remember the name of the character off of my Foul Detective Satori. Mizuchi. That's her name. She was, like, revealed at the end of, one of the chapters. And then the following chapter, it was revealed that the entire remainder is just going to be following her. Or at least it's assumed that it's going to, because she's kind of shifted into main character. From what I've been told. I haven't read through all of it yet. I do know that a lot of people were talking about how Mizuchi is, like, main character as of the most recent, volume. And people were memeing about, like, the bait and switch. Doubly so because, you know, Satori's name on the book. Congratulations. It's Mizuchi is actually the... Yeah, it is... It is a bit odd. I mean, it's not the first time we've had, like, a manga-only character. Or, like, you know, non-game related character in general. Where we have a character that's in one of the games or something that kind of goes in to a situation and then they're more of just a baton passer to the actual focus. Not terribly common, but it's not the only time it's happened. Oh, are we actually getting spoilers for this? How long is this? This is 2 hours, isn't it? Yeah.
Alliterated as Osanaremu. I will be spoiling the entire series in this video, so consider watching it if you haven't already.
Okay, we're not watching this. Normally I don't care about, like, spoiler warnings for things. But if it's something that I actually have interest in looking into, then I will actually, listen. So we've already watched this. I've already watched this. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Because I'm not the Q&A. Yeah, good question. We got about 5 minutes till ad, so I might hit ad early. That way we can just move into this, because pretty much none of the rest of these are short enough to actually watch in that time frame. If you ask Teber, Teber might do a Miko lore video. Teber's not really a lore person, but Miko is one of Teber's favorite characters, so... Yeah, I think that we'll hit ad and then... guess we'll just move our way down. It is so weird not having this mat under my feet. The thing was so shredded I had to throw it out today, but it's so weird having just carpet under my feet now, or rug anyway. It's not really carpet. But I will be right back. I do kind of wonder where Miko is on my Toho sort. I also just haven't done a Toho sort in a while, unlike Teber. Teber does, like, a Toho sort a month. I guess we just work our way chronologically? Wait a second. Is this gonna have the infamous, Toby saying Toho project clip in it, I wonder?
Good artists copy, great artists steal. Steve Jobs famously said this in the year 1996, probably in regard to whatever bullshit he was peddling at the time. But it has since been appropriated to pretty much every facet of artistic expression since, and for good reason. He's right.
Listen, I'm just gonna say, Castle Miner Z, still a fantastic freaking game. I mean, I still can't believe that Castle Miner Z is actually getting a remake. Like, it existed specifically because Minecraft wasn't on Xbox. I mean, hey, a not small amount of freaking syncope ideas are stolen, so, you know. I guess I'm a great artist. For you. Castle Miner Z Resurrection. Quarter 4 of 2025. We're gonna have a repeat of Peak Gaming being available in... And this time, hopefully, it won't be freaking taken down in 24 hours due to copyright. That and Castle Miner Z is actually not a terrible game, so... Unlike the other meme game. Yeah, totally, exactly what's going on.
So what exactly does it mean? Well, some sense, and for good reason. He's right. So what exactly does it mean? Well, sometimes an artist might not have been the one to come up with the technique, but they executed it so well that it naturally started to become attributed to them rather than the originator. And if you want an example, Steve Jobs isn't actually the originator of this quote. The quote is actually attributed to Pablo Picasso, and even then we aren't sure if he was the first to say it. When your
Why?
legacy and artistic execution...
Was that necessary? It's weird how often the Deadly Premonition song is associated with Toho content creators. Like, NARP uses it a lot. I know of at least 2 other people that do. It's like the overlap between 40k fans and Toho fans. It's like a half-sized Venn diagram. Not a perfect circle, but...
paint over the concept, you become synonymous with it, regardless of who made it. Great artists steal, and they don't even have to try. It's no secret that Undertale and more recently Deltarune take...
I mean, they're both nerds, with a world that is vaguely associated with ours, with a... I mean, the difference is the number of writers, but there is a not small number of retcons that happen, very particular number of overarching gods that that watch over literally everything and are at odds with very particular instances. And, you know, the absurd amount of lore that's in, like, a bunch of outside contents beyond what the original stuff is. Because, obviously, Toho has all of its, like, manga and grimoires and freaking X, Y, and Z versus the base games that only have a little bit of stuff. As far as, like, general lore, I mean, I guess that 40K in that regard does have its own, does have the codices that are the quote-unquote base game that do have a lot of the lore in it, but still. Oh, and also, let's not forget the fact that both of them are super busted with their goddamn power levels. You know, the big elephant in the room that's probably the most obvious way that they're the same.
Even have to try. It's no secret that Undertale and more recently Deltarune take heavy inspiration from the Toho project, even if their creator Toby Fox wasn't eager to speak about it.
そしてもちろん、ズンさんの東宝プロジェクト
Which,
Ah, there it is! And yeah, vaguely associated is, like, the best way to put it. I mean, the yokai exist. That's about... I mean, there are, like, definitely things that are direct. The flower viewing incident is probably the most, like, direct thing. It happened once. It canonically happens once during the atomic bomb drops, and canonically happens the second time during one of Japan's worst ever tsunami instances.
he very much is. These influences are palpable from the onset, and not just from the obvious gameplay perspective. I'm talking about everything from the music, to the character dynamics, all the way to its presentational style. There are, of course, plenty of other games that Toby Dog took inspiration from, some arguably more than Toho. However, as someone heavily invested in the Toho project, I want to give my perspective to show what I see beyond the self-evident similarities. What does
I like this image. I don't know why, but I like Blob. This image is very cute.
to show what I see beyond the self-evident similarities. What does Undertale steal from Toho?
Gotta get that clickbait in there. Actually, it's not even... It might have been the original freaking title for it, though. But it doesn't use the word steal in the freaking title. It's not as clickbait.
The bullet hell or the music, but why would I do that? That's the obvious shit. Let's talk about narrative themes, vibes, characters, and other stuff people with short attention spans absolutely hate. Just to be clear, my goal isn't to talk about references here, though there are enough that people would get angry if I didn't include them, so I'll talk about those now.
I do have to, one of these days, actually record myself playing Stardust Skate for however long, and just have it, like, in the corner or something while I'm yapping. Just for the meme. I'm not going full meme and actually downloading Subway Surfers and finding a way to record it solely for shitpost purposes. I'm not that committed to the bit. That's like Teber's level of commitment to it.
Most prominent of these being the Undertale character Asriel compared to the Touhou character Sariel. Never mind that
Fucking
Asriel is just Sariel with the first two letters swapped, but even their designs are similar. Long white sleeves with a colored robe and a symbol in the center. Sariel is titled the Angel of Death. This form of Asriel has the title God of Hyperdeath. Honestly, you could say that the Asriel fight is where the vast majority of Touhou references were shoved in. Most of his attacks use stars and lasers similar to that of Kirisame Marissa. In fact, many of his attacks have direct parallels to hers. Star Blazing could be derived from Marissa's Blazing Star. Shocker Breaker functions like Light Sign Earthlight Ray, both of which even have visual indicators at the bottom of the screen. And of course, Chaos Blaster is the iconic
Does it actually
indicators at the bottom of like Light Sign Earthlight
Oh,
Ray,
I guess that
both
does.
of which even have visual indicators at the bottom of the screen. And of course, Chaos Blaster is the iconic Love Sign Master Spark. You can likely find a ton of similar patterns between the two games, but these are the ones that felt like explicit references. Flowey's green and yellow heart fights also sound musically similar to Hartman's Yokai Girl and Bad Apple, respectively.
I mean, yeah, the steel portion, like the steel designator, is literally just for, you know, clickbait purposes. I do kind of like talks about like inspirations for certain things, though. It's kind of another. I mean, I talked about this with freaking kind of why the more I look at Bethesda era Fallout, the more sad I get, because they don't really take like inspiration from various things anymore. They just take, okay, what do we have? Fallout has Brotherhood of Steel. We have a Vault Dweller. We have the 60s. Okay, that's what we do. That's all we got. Like, I think that the Institute is the only thing from Bethesda era Fallout that wasn't just them writing off a checklist. I think that is original for Bethesda. I don't think that they're mentioned in anything else. PC98. Fucking hussy, what? But yeah, I don't think that there's any problem with, like, taking inspiration from various things, especially in, like, your same genre. Like, I've taken inspiration based off of what era Syncope's in from various things. And then, obviously, I have direct lines to certain things, because I like tossing in references. Maurice is literally just gender-swapped Marissa. which I gender swapped in order to freaking A, be, you know, able to make the legally distinct joke, but also, as a sort of hint toward the fact that the Portals of Syncope just kinda do weird things to who they bring in at times.
There's even a
You can't escape Koish. You can never escape Koish. That's what the entire song's about.
random encounter enemy called Sundareplane that wears a mob cap commonly worn by a number of Touhou characters, and the method to spare her? Grazing, one of Touhou's core gameplay mechanics. So there's your references, but now I want to go a little deeper into the presentational similarities. Characters in Touhou have a lot more going on than some would believe. The printworks often expand on the characters lucky enough to feature prominently in one or more of these more dialogue-heavy pieces of canon, and over the course of a couple decades of printworks, the number of characters this applies to is more than a couple. Their personalities end up extending far past the few lines of dialogue and omake text that were given in a game. But before all of
What? What do you mean? In the Rainmoo? What? Also, this is kind of what I was talking about. Oddly enough, in the last video, when he mentioned that Flan hasn't really gotten any expansion out because there's an entire Aya print work where one of the volumes specifically is her talking to Flan, who is allowed out of the basement and has the capacity to do so, she just chooses not to. So, canonically, she just wants to stay there, to a certain degree. And depending on who the heck you're going for, depends on if she does it because she wants to, or if she does it out of respect for her sister, despite the fact that she argues. I don't know. At that, if you go beyond the freaking major portion of that, then you start getting into a web of what's the actual reasoning, and how her relationship works with her sister and whatnot. Maybe they should get Flan some books. Maybe she wouldn't be so bored then. Because that's the main thing that winds up causing problems, is she just gets fucking bored.
that, there's just the games. I could tell you why the character and story is simple in the shmups, being that they're meant to be replayed heavily and a ton of dialogue would feel unnecessary and bog it down. But the reason isn't important. A Touhou character
I mean, the reason that the story isn't that strong in them is because Zun isn't trying to put the story there. He makes the games because he wants to make music. How we all started on this. And now he just wants to drink his beer. What a lad.
is typically presented with nothing more than their design, a musical theme, a couple lines of dialogue to give you a general idea of who they are, and the shape and color of bullets they want to shove up your ass. And guess what?
You know, sometimes I wonder if watching through Genso Chronicle on Twitch is going to freaking get me in trouble. It's always cropped to a degree that I don't have to worry about it, but I do kind of wonder at times. I'm not familiar with Black Teddy, no.
But all of these things together form highly appealing characters. Undertale does something similar. Despite it clearly being more dialogue heavy, the characters remain simple. Rather than taking up moments of dialogue to expand a character, it will often take that opportunity, crumple it up, burn it, and then tell a joke about spaghetti. Considering the game's length, we do learn comparatively more about Papyrus than, say, Wriggle Nightbug, but the game is wholly uninterested in creating depth to the characters, because it knows it's not necessary to make them likable. Papyrus is a two-note character, and he is loved, if not despite that, because of it. Both Touhou and Undertale create likable characters in the same way. But characters aren't the only thing.
Yeah, but counterpoint. Touhou has the power of Yuri, which you outright have as one of the thumbnails, so...
that Undertale skims over. A lot of the information we learn about the underground in Undertale is superficial. Anything beyond that is seldom questioned, and even less so, answered. The few bits of information about the world and how it works are left in cryptic tidbits scattered throughout, or via the short, omniscient intro to the game. In the case of Undertale's world, it is not ignored, it's hidden, and occasionally reminds the player of this fact in between the spaghetti and birds that carry them over disproportionately small gaps. It tells them, there is more to this than meets the eye. And yet, most of it is never spelled out. It's left to theories and thoughts of people with wild imaginations to piece together possible answers. This is exactly what Zune does with a lot of his works. The uncertainty and mystery is something that surrounds both Gensokyo and the underground. As for the more concrete aspects, they are both sealed away from the rest of the world via a barrier, keeping their monstrous inhabitants away. But sometimes, things from the outside world
I mean... If anyone's editing this, and by that I mean me, copy and paste that thing where we, like, draw comparisons between 40k and Touhou earlier tonight. And how they cover several other things, as well, with how the connections are. And then redo this segment right here, where things that are used in a lot of different media get, like, similar things in regards to the two. Like barriers between two different groups and whatnot. Oh, and just for shits and gigs, like, take a clip from the opening of Gothic 1 in order to do this. Thanks, future me, that probably won't do this and probably wrote "go fuck yourself" at the bottom of the screen because that's what everyone does for this kind of meme. Appreciate you.
manage to find their way inside. In both of these cases, this results in modern knowledge and culture slowly dripping into their fantasy microcosm. Something they both lean into heavily, though, is the theme of found family. Found family is about chosen bonds. People who may not be related, but trust each other unconditionally. Their bonds could be based on circumstance, hardship, or experience. I think writers often create stories.
Yeah, also add a Futo and something on fire. Oh, and make sure that, for that one in particular, make sure that it's a fake PNG.
stories that feature this trope either accidentally, or better put, naturally. They take inspiration from other works, or they simply write what feels correct, and this is the result. Found family appeals primarily to struggling, ostracized individuals or entire demographics, highlighting the idea of finding a group that supports them. For some people, something as simple as a loving family is fantasy enough. Undertale pushes this trope very explicitly. Your whole journey is one about love and building a group of family and friends. At the end, you may choose to stay with your goat mom, the family that you pulled out from the underground. The game does not decide this for you. It is your choice, one that I think does not get enough praise. Touhou, on the other hand, does not build you a family. You are not present in Gensokyo. You are merely peering into it. But when you do, you'll start to notice that everywhere you look is families composed of lifelong friends together in mundanity. Sometimes where you look is families composed of lifelong friends.
Oh, I thought that was in quotes. I didn't expect those two to get along, like, at all. I don't know, Tenchi always seemed like one of those ones that would freaking... like... borderline abuse Shion. I mean, if Alice got involved too much, then she'd probably wind up causing too much havoc anyway, with her strongest grimoire in all of Jinsokyo.
Together in mundanity, sometimes with a sibling or two. And this aspect of it is embraced predominantly in fan works of every medium. It would be reaching to say that Undertale features found family solely because of Touhou, but I want to highlight this important component of what draws many fans towards either series, why fans of one are inclined to be fans of the other. And I guess I could talk about the bullets and...
I do find it a little funny that, like, it's basically the polar opposite for freaking... yeah. Our discussion earlier on that, as to what, like, the lines are that draw the two together. I mean, Tenchi's just weird in general. She's also in the same department of sticks her nose into shit because she's bored.
Music now, but believe it or not, this is just going to lead into more talk about the characters. And this is because the bullets and the music are the characters.
Okay, since you freaks think that all my music sounds like Touhou, I have no choice but to play improvised Touhou music that doesn't actually exist.
Touhou was one of Toby's greatest musical influences growing up, and it shows in both his instrument choice and compositional technique. Many people like to point out the similarities between individual tracks, but I want to talk about something a bit less obvious, namely how a track can be used to build a character. Let's take Cirno for example. Her theme is playful and carefree, something befitting a fairy. On the other end, you have Ramelia's theme, which was based on Beethoven's Sonata No. 8, third movement, Pathétique.
Carcat's death music? What? Oh, it's another freaking Homestuck thing. I don't know, I dodged that kind of bullet, I suppose. Haha! Jokes that are unintentional and I totally planned. I mean, Well, that doesn't work out. But yeah, I freaking... Yeah, here's the problem though, I didn't dodge Ruby. I freaking... Oddly enough, both Homestuck and Ruby were from the same person trying to get me into them. Just one of them actually fucking worked. I'm not going back and watching Homestuck. I have much better things to do with my life. Like watching all of Little Reimu. And, you know, working on commissions and art and, you know, productive shit.
A classical Western influence to support the vampiric aristocrat identity, Romelia presents herself
I
as
really like
initially.
Septet.
Other fun examples would include how Koishi's theme sounds like her sister Satori's theme reversed, or the emotional high you get from Byakuren's theme, compounding on the idea that you are witnessing the return of a long-imprisoned savior. Many of the boss fights in Undertale build off its characters in that same way. Any game which minimizes dialogue but wishes to expand a character in some way will use music as an additional voice. But while I would say that Toho leans heavier into the music exploring the characters, Undertale goes heavier into showing it through the bullets. In Toho, most of the bullet patterns are given names that reference something related to the characters, tangentially or directly through historical records, pop culture, or something in between. We can glean information from these, sure, but Undertale chooses to go a step further by showing character through the bullets themselves. But what do I mean by character here? The bullets can express the personality, thoughts, or wants of the monsters. This is especially evident with the random encounter monsters who barely have any dialogue. When you fight Metaton, Papyrus, or even Undyne, what you're experiencing isn't just a boss fight, it's a dive into who each of these characters are, showing off their appeals, their interests, not unlike courting during a first date. Sure, Toho's boss fights might express the referential sources of a character, but Undertale's bosses feel like a natural migration towards character expression. They are each prioritizing something different with their core gameplay. So Undertale draws much more than just chiptune and bullets from Toho.
I ran into someone who made a mod for Undertale that freaking just turned it into straight up religion. They went through and just modded every bit of it. And apparently they do this with like a bunch of games. They just freaking yoink into it and change things specifically to play them according to their religious values, which is an interesting use of your time, I suppose.
But how much does it really steal? Well, the nearly decade-old flame wars between the two fan bases would certainly paint a picture, difficulty comparisons, which series has stronger characters, and other dumb shit that doesn't matter.
Keeps getting killed till they give up. Blah blah blah. Suika. What the fuck are... I mean, based off that color palette, I'm assuming some of these are from 4chan, which checks out, I guess. I mean, obviously the YouTube ones are YouTube ones. Was there like a death battle or something? I'm looking at that freaking bottom one and I'm realizing that this seems like what you would get from a freaking...
siding with whatever game they played first.
Death
if you
battle
ask
competition.
me, for as much as I love Undertale, and how much I think it's impacted gaming culture, I don't think it steals a single thing. And the proof for that is the fact that there even was a fight to be had. Undertale never overwrote cultural memes of character-focused shmups, or really any of the incredible feats Toho managed as one of the key primogenitors of internet culture. And that's fine, because Undertale does its own thing. To be fair, most people know
Don't humor them. Especially if it is actually from Death Battle. Death Battle is actually just freaking... whatever the, hosts want to win. We pick and choose what abilities we actually give them based off of which ones we want to win.
this, with the fan wars being old history. I just wanted to show how Undertale doesn't just take the bullets and music. Toho is blended into the whole experience. And you know, it fucks.
I'm just glad that he did the clip where the accent just gets dropped specifically for the word project. I don't know, I can humor certain things, but it's when it comes specifically to something like Death Battle where I don't have the fucking energy to bother with that, because every time someone's like, oh, you should see this episode of this, this is dumb, or X, Y, or Z, or this is really good, I'm like, okay. And then I see like 5 seconds in, it's like, okay, congratulations, they're doing the exact same thing they were still doing a decade ago, where they just choose abilities based off of who they want to win at the time. We take into account all their abilities. No, you don't. Don't lie to me.
You have just been spirited away to Tokyo, the hidden supernatural world populated primarily by man-eating yokai. What do? For the superpowered protagonists of the Toho project, life is simply...
Okay, I played Izakaya. You can't say that Marissa only has a B in money when S is an option. Like, the only characters that beat her out are characters that are designed to just have a bottomless wallet. That's what I'm saying. Why does Marissa have a B in money? That's why she has so much money in izakayas, because she doesn't actually buy anything aside from your food. She steals everything else. I mean, I don't even know if that's like a headcanon kind of thing. I think that there is actually like in-universe precedent that she at least partially does. And then half the time, if you go by freaking headcanons, she gives her money directly anyway because they're freaking secret lesbian lovers. And that's why MasterCard exists.
And easygoing, but as an ordinary human, do you have what it takes to survive, or for that matter, thrive? Today, I will be answering that question given everything we know about Gensokyo and its residents. But in order to get a solid answer, I'll be setting a few rules for this theoretical scenario. Our goal will not simply be to survive.
I mean, it's kinda secret, depending on what, like, line of headcanon logic you're going with. As to which portions of how interconnected everyone is true.
Survive and escape. That's simple as it is. Along with explaining the necessary journey, I'm going to answer whether you could settle down in Gensokyo permanently, and how difficult it would be depending on where your preferred location is. As for why anyone would want to live outside the village, well, you tell me.
We watched that a couple weeks ago. That's where the clip of me freaking saying that I call dibs on Gazer for Joel's Monster Girl Encyclopedia remake is.
We will assume you start with
No performing actions that only make sense with information inherent. Any residents or locations.
no meta-knowledge of Gensokyo. This means nothing about Gensokyo itself, its residents, or its inherent dangers. No performing actions that would only make sense without the requisite knowledge.
But here's the thing, like, okay, I guess that theoretically, in this logic, you're going with, you know, you're a person that's been spirited away, rather than someone who's intentionally going there. But like, you're talking to your fan base here. They're here because they want to go there and bang the yokai. What's so weird about it? I have my permit. I'm licensed and everything.
If you wanted to head straight to the Scarlet Devil Mansion, you wouldn't think to do that unless you, among other reasons, knew that the mansion even existed, that walking into a vampire's mansion wouldn't be a death sentence, and that doing this would benefit your goal. Knowledge of Japanese myth and yokai is perfectly fine, but I will still
I mean, she for sure would. How else are you supposed to freaking keep those, like, the number of yokai there are that eat humans? How are you supposed to keep them all sated without them getting involved with the human village in that kind of way? Unless you are taking advantage of the guilty as charged freaks. Italicized.
We'll assume you start with minimal understanding to maximize difficulty. You will arrive with only your cell phone and any personal effects that you would typically have. And last but certainly not least, we will be assuming you cannot read or write Japanese, meaning you will need to learn.
Okay, that one's a serious freaking debuff, though, like... Allow them to know Japanese, but Gensokyo is so far behind that there is going to need to be some extra learning because it's going to have to be old Japanese. So... flip a coin on if they know Japanese or something, but like, zero knowledge of Japanese being a mandatory thing is not exactly a rule that I feel like is necessary for this. Aside from for the sake of making it even more difficult.
Though, if you're more capable than what I'm assuming, I encourage you to see what parts of this journey you can omit, and maybe complete faster. So without further ado, let's begin. Outsiders typically wander into Gensokyo.
What was that?
Complete faster. So without further ado...
Okay. That's...
let's begin. Outsiders typically wander into Gensokyo without even realizing it thanks to border fluctuations caused by Yukari Yakumo, the yokai of boundaries. From here, there are 3 possible locations you could enter Gensokyo from. The first is near the Hakure Shrine, which is the best case scenario, as it means you'll be able to seek temporary shelter there.
I'm pretty sure that's also the most likely. Because if I remember correctly, that's where the barrier... converges, I guess is the best way to put it. So it's where the boundary is, like, the weakest.
You'll likely run into Reimu, who typically leads outsiders back the way they came. That's a problem. For one, you wouldn't be able to communicate with Reimu through words, and even if you did, you wouldn't know that you're in some fantasy world unless you saw a yokai or something flying around, so you wouldn't have any reason.
To be fair, it's the Hakure Shrine. Depending on what time of day you freaking arrive, that's a actually decent chance that you just see one floating around. I think Maribel and her girlfriend is very, Minariko and her sister energy.
Reason to protest her leading you back out, ending your run. But if you ran into On or saw someone flying, you'd have a plausible reason to stay and question your situation. In the best case, you could run into Marissa, who likely knows enough English to communicate with you. Regardless, you need to build enough reason and suspicion on your own to ask to stay. Otherwise, your journey ends here. If you insisted that you did not want to go back, Reimu likely wouldn't protest and instead lead you to the human village. Congratulations, you just survived the most dangerous part of your entire journey. And if that didn't seem like it, that's because you got the easy start. The other 2 are Muenzuka and the Road of Reconsideration. 2 of the most dangerous places for a human in Gensokyo. As these locations are connected and fairly...
I guess it could be worse. There are worse options. Not exactly great, but I could think of a couple worse ones.
fairly similar, I will be grouping them together for a survival plan. The Road of Reconsideration gets its name from the humans who arrive here. Those without relatives and those who try to end their own lives unknowingly drift across this road, ending up in Muenzuka. The majority who appear here are described as lonely, depressed, spiteful, or simply criminals, and that's not a coincidence. Yukari is the cause for being spirited away, but the cases here are far from random. Before the events of Embodiment of Scarlet Devil, an event called the Vampire Incident prompted a contract with stronger regulations on attacking human villagers.
I could think of... I mean, I could still think of a couple worse, like, outcomes than hell. It is Jinsokyo.
This was important as Gensokyo's continued existence relies on maintaining the status quo. However, in return, yokai would be supplied outsiders to feast on. But
Yep,
how would
there
a
it is.
continuous number of humans from the outside world be supplied without raising an alarm? By taking ones nobody would miss, or whose time was nearing its end through age or otherwise. And their destination? Muenzuka. To arrive here means you've already been designated as food for yokai, and you wouldn't even know you're already on the plate. Outsiders explicitly do
I forgot about that image of Rumia, and... was not prepared for that.
not apply to the aforementioned contract, so you are free game to be eaten. Your continued survival at this point would rely on your survival instincts, intuition, and a fair bit of luck. Yokai you come across may not seem monstrous, leading to a false sense of security before inevitable doom. And unfortunately for you, the village is nowhere close.
I mean, we're taking into account Part A as well. So, like... you'd have to run into someone who genuinely... I mean, I guess that a floating Rumia would be kind of, like, obvious as, like, not human. But... you're starting off without the knowledge that you're in the fantasy realm. So, anyone that's still walking on ground is probably still going to be like a weirdly dressed human from your point of view.
You could say that your arrival here is, by design, a death sentence. Survival is slim. One possible stroke of luck would be if you ran into the owner of Korindo, Renosuke, who both frequents the area and whose store is not too far away. If you managed to run into him, he would likely have you sent back to the human village.
I guess that does make sense that he frequents there. What better way to get your hands on stuff from the outside world than picking through the inedible parts of things that are brought in?
Unfortunately, he most likely does not understand English, but you would be safe. Otherwise, you would have to traverse Gensokyo with a target painted on your back without even knowing it. Your clothes would give you away as an outsider, signaling that you are not protected by the contract. Gensokyo is mostly forested, mountainous land, meaning it is difficult to traverse and navigate. As for how big it is, we don't really know, but we can estimate at least some tens of kilometers in diameter. So even if you were in good physical shape,
To be fair, with how often Reimu winds up, like, outright having to fight them, that checks out. Yeah, I don't know.
shape, you would have to hope you'd find the village or some sort of safe landmark by complete accident. And of course, hope you didn't get spirited away past sundown. After all of this, you might just make it to the human village by the skin of your teeth. That said, if you aren't someone that would be designated as food by Yukari, you would arrive at the
Fuck. I'm a spiteful piece of shit. I'm like all of these. I'm not like legally depressed, but like, or like, not like diagnosed depressed, but you know. I mean, fair
shrine
enough.
instead, so you can determine where you would start. So where do we begin? If you met Marissa, she could bring you to the village and act as a translator. But even if you didn't, there are actually a few people in the village who we know can communicate in English. These are Akyu and Kosuzu. While Akyu knows English,
Surviving the consequences of her own actions. And perpetual state of being dead. I mean, immortality does kind of have its appeal when I don't have to worry about, you know, all the implications there are of the real world. If Kosuzu becomes a yokai, she's dead, though. Fortune teller's already proven that.
Kosuzu can comprehend anything written, meaning you can communicate to her through writing. But now, you have officially arrived. Once the village understands that you're hoping to stay, they would set you up with a living quarters in exchange for labor. This isn't too far-fetched, as Akyu states in perfect memento and strict sense that outsiders sometimes choose to stay. But more importantly, such outsiders are treasured as they hold unique knowledge. So you wouldn't be seen as a freeloader needing shelter. You would be seen as an investment. And the better you are at selling yourself as value,
I mean, I guess. I mean, that's the thing, though. I don't know if it's... I don't remember if it was stated that it's the fact that the fortune teller was intentionally turning himself into a yokai, or just the fact that he was a human that turned into a yokai. It's a yokai profession, but they are designated differently, so they don't fall under the rules of that being affront to the natural order of things. The reason that the fortune teller was murked is because he turned himself into a straight-up yokai, because he wanted to become immortal without having to go through any of the usual song and dance. Okay, that is kind of funny. I just accidentally became, I accidentally gave myself immortality because I got really invested in a book. Is very funny. We are nearly at ad break again. And I really don't have enough, snoozes to get through the rest of this, even if I, like, just power through it. So I am gonna hit the bathroom real quick. Neither of us wants to see you go hollow. Back over to this.
People.
I would really prefer if you would be quiet.
The easier your time in the village will be, and
Well, I didn't expect that.
you're going to be here a while. The shelter in question probably wouldn't be much. Likely a one-room shack with a fire pit, a bed, and room to store some personal belongings. You wouldn't be able to do much here except eat, sleep, cook, and read, but over time you might be able to purchase new tools, utilities, or simply a bigger home. Alternatively, one of the villagers may be willing to rent out a room to you. You would also be given some villager clothes, taking the target off. The villagers may be willing to rent out a room to you. You would also
Alright, what's the catch on that? I feel as if that's cropped porn.
be given some villager clothes, taking the target off of your back from wandering yokai. And if your end goal was to simply live in the village, congratulations, you've already succeeded. Learning to communicate would come with time. For everyone else,
Yaranaika? It's cropped porn. Yeah, way to boot. Which is very weird and freaking... in a Toho context.
your journey is just beginning. After staying here for a little while, you decide that you want to survive in Gensokyo on your own terms. We're going to track your theoretical stats with this nice little game of...
Oh, I actually have a quote from him in my freaking main scene. That back there? That's from a video about him. Ye old Billy Harrington. Okay, I get that by comparison of like an Oni, your fitness is going to be dog shit. However, outright having an F in fitness, like full stop, seems a bit disingenuous. I mean, if we go by my, I don't know. Suika might not be, like, jacked. She just has, like, that aura kind of deal going. Yugi just keeps the, physical image of her being just as strong as she is. Suika just kind of, seems to chill, aside from... Also, I just realized that I had a bot that decided to show up in other chat. That's a ban. It's like a sliding scale. Yugi wants to freaking show off, like, full stop. Kazan is hiding everything, and then Suika's just like, I do what I fucking want.
Character sheet. You guys like games, right? Again, I'm assuming the worst case for most stats here. Physical fitness and yokai knowledge can carry over, but there will be...
So, money's, like, full out, unless you happen to have, like, a gold bar in your freaking pocket or something. Because the money's not going to translate no matter how much you have. That can stay at F. Speech, I don't know Japanese at all. So, aside from, like, a few small phrases, I'd keep that at F for myself. Reading can also stay there. My fitness, I'd probably put it about a... Are we going by Oni standards as well? If so, then it might be D. If we're going by, like, overall standards, maybe a C? B minus? Putting an Oni comparison is, like, the hardest part. I have been keeping up with my squats, so... Much to my freaking distaste when it's 700 fucking degrees out here. I kind of need to up my number of freaking cross crunches, though. I don't know, I'm not happy with how my freaking midriff is going currently, but I think that's due to poor sleep and poor diet to a certain degree currently, because I can't fucking cook. Because it's too fucking hot. So it's mostly fucking sandwiches made with freaking highly processed meat. I guess I'm at least not just, you know, tossing in a TV dinner into the microwave. I guess it could be worse.
Information regarding yokai unique to Gensokyo. The first thing you'll want to aim for is raising your physical fitness to a decent level, enough to be able to walk fairly long distances on rough terrain. Let's say that's C rank. If you're below that, your new village diet of healthy, unprocessed food and activity level should naturally bring that towards at least C rank.
Functional human being, physically capable of exploring outside the village. Okay, so I guess I do have a C.
But while that is going on, you will be learning your most important skill, speech. You can apparently achieve decent Japanese fluency through complete immersion in around 2 years.
Interesting.
But you can probably manage basic communication after a few months. Even if your plan is to leave, village life has a lot of benefits. You would passively be taking in village culture and meeting people. Not to mention, the occasional festival may take place outside of the village, giving you reasons to visit new locations. While we are going for efficiency, you would have time to slow down and enjoy the time when necessary.
You know, fair enough. Also, Mioi!
After all, it's going to contribute to your understanding of Gensokyo anyway. About 3 months in, you've improved your physical fitness a bit, learned about Gensokyo, and have even started to learn a bit of Japanese. Unfortunately, your other skills...
I love how that's still an F, though. That's... oof. Basic verbal communication. This is after only 3 months, though, so I guess it's, like, not bad.
Will come through reading, and fluent reading will likely take longer than just 2 years of study. But this is only the beginning of your problems. Recall that you
this is
would be
after 2
expected
years?
to work in order to stay. This could be anything from field work to other menial work that requires little communication. We could base work hours off averages in Meiji-era Japan, but the village may have an easier time maintaining them.
You know, fair enough. I think that the weird thing is that my reading, I think, is better than my freaking speech. I mean, that's not a very high bar. Like I said, my speech is very limited. A few minor phrases and words. But I can read... ish. I can recognize certain characters. I can recognize more characters than I can words and phrases. You know, fair enough. I do find it a little funny that part of Oku's name is Misery, though.
Themselves. To be safe, I will assume 12-hour workdays, 6 days a week. That doesn't leave you much room.
That fucking sucks, dude. I did 12s, like, between 3 and... was it 3 and 4? No. Sunday? We do Sunday, Wednesday, and Thursday that week. And then Monday, Tuesday. Yeah, 3 and 4 days a week for 12s. That fucking sucked. It was, I guess it wasn't like bad, but it kind of fucking sucked. 12 would be freaking... 12 for 6 days a week would... absolute ass, dude.
To do everything we need. Or does it? The Hieda Temple School is a terakuya located in the human village. Terakuya were educational institutions that primarily taught reading and writing to children. However, there was no age limit to attend. This is interesting as terakuya were abolished when the government issued the Educational System Order in 1872, making public schools compulsory, more than 10 years before the border was created. Literacy was actually very high in the Meiji era. The village might consider it more advantageous to put you through language schooling than to have you completely clueless. They would still have you work part-time, but you could attend classes as well, thereby improving our initial estimates of your reading and writing after 3 months in the village. We could keep grinding away until reaching fluency, but we can do better. Say hello to your new best friend, Kosuzu. If you expressed your ultimate goal to her, she might suggest the path that Marissa took, becoming a magician.
Yippee! I can become a full-on nerd as a profession!
There are other ways to gain power outside of being a magician like Dharmic arts, hermit abilities, and onmyodo. and I'll briefly talk about Buddhism and Taoism later, but we are going for what I consider the optimal path in terms of time, which would be traditional magic. Magic needs to be learned through study, but who says all those magical books are in Japanese? Along with giving you a map of Gensokyo, you could expect Kosuzu to give you the location of at least 2 different places for books on magic. The Kiresame Magic Shop, run by Marissa out of her home in the Forest of Magic.
Here's the thing. One of these is assured death. The other one is almost assured death. Actually, you're technically part of the human village now, so actually the SDM's probably better. Forest of Magic is actually just full of toxic air.
And the library within the Scarlet Devil Mansion. The former is simple in that you could travel there and ask either to rent or purchase basic magical books. Or, Marissa might point you to Alice Margatroyd, who lives nearby. Not only is she another resident of Gensokyo who might know English, but she is a magician that might lend out basic books. Akyu lists the forest as a medium threat for humans, but with decent endurance, a quick trip or two
You know, fair enough.
in and out couldn't hurt. This means you could start to learn the basics of magic pretty early on. As for the SDM, we are going to save them for later. Fast forward a couple months, you'll continue to slowly improve your Japanese, but also learn the theory behind magic. So what's there to learn? I'll save the details of magic for another time, but
Yeah, that video is how long? 20 minutes long on its own? Here we are with our evidence that I need a new PC. Does the infinite hallway stop time for you completely? I'd figure that you'd still, like, age. Yeah, I do need a new PC. The entire freaking purpose of this journey, and we look where we are now. But yeah, 20 minutes for the magic system. Also, I still love this art piece. Every time I see it.
in theory, a magician can create almost any spell if they can figure out how to construct it. And before you ask, yes, that could include magic for learning new languages. If you were lucky, one of the resident magicians might know such a spell, or at least how to.
Oh god. Five square feet of skin? 5 square feet's, kind of a lot. Like your entire, it's more than your entire back. That's like your entire torso, isn't it?
Do it. Putting aside compensation and time, it would still be worth it if the wait was less than 2 years. It would free up time studying Japanese in favor of other important pursuits. This is a lot of ifs and maybes.
Yeah, that checks out. I mean, again, Like, the theory is that she has the strongest grimoire in all of Jinsokyo. So, if she just went all out every single time, she'd break spell.
So I'm not going to work it into our sheet, but if you did, you could immediately set your speech and reading fluency to max rank. Instead, we'll be starting with something simple: flight. Achieving free flight is single-handedly the most important benchmark on your journey, but despite that, it has consistently been shown to be quite common. Reimu is airborne by Touhou 3, while Marissa has flight in Touhou 2, when the both of them are much younger. Likewise, almost every named character, regardless of what they draw power from, are capable of flight. Therefore, we could reasonably deduce that if you focus on training to achieve flight, you could likely do so quickly with enough concentrated effort. I don't want to give a hard estimate on how long flight would take to learn, but supposing you learned magic by month 3, I think 9 months of study would be more than sufficient. This brings us to the 1-year mark. At this point, your Japanese should be shaping up nicely.
Yeah, she will. She'll be in the background of the primary boss as a skeleton. Because she is the fossil that we were talking about in the title. Have decent savings, basic Japanese history from school, festivals, speaking with others, navigate a good portion of Jinsokyo, and knows several important individuals.
You're physically active, and you're passively getting to know Gensokyo. You may even be able to slowly work your way through reading Akyu's Gensokyo Chronicle, granting you a significant increase in your knowledge of Gensokyo. You've also hopefully saved up a bit of money on the side, but now that you have flight, you have more options. For one, you can explore Gensokyo more freely. You won't be able to fight off a yokai, but resources that might be difficult to acquire for villagers would be easier for you, turning into a nice money-making opportunity.
Yippee! I can now get magic logs in order to buy myself a ticket to Runefest. It'll only take me 7 years.
And you will need money. Increasing your magic further will require more books and research materials, but if you plan to live outside of the village, you will need a home, and depending on where you intend to stay, that may require purchasing one or commissioning one to be built. Hence, we will start increasing our income ahead of time. At this point, I will talk about the SDM. Not only do they regularly hire workers at the mansion,
3 meals a day? Eh. Wait, what? No salary. I'm guessing it's meritocracy then. I mean, yeah. Anyone that's played a mage in freaking D&D can tell you that those fucking what are they called? Not somatic. The catalyst components. Those are I mean, I'd assume that they use like physical coins and whatnot. Or barter from time to time.
but the residents are known to speak English, or at the very least, Remelia does. The library also has any books you could possibly need to accomplish your goal. You could certainly go here at the 3-month mark, or even earlier if you learned of the opportunity. Workers are provided 3 meals a day, month mark, or even earlier if you learned of the opportunity. Workers are provided 3 meals a day, uniforms, and a place to sleep. Going by what we see in Sangetsusei, it's pretty comfy. You can expect high quality food and decent bedding. You probably wouldn't have your own room though. While the work advertisement states that there are no breaks or pay, the majority of staff are fairies and not all that useful. You could get away with doing less and having significantly more free time than if you were in the village as a result. A lot of people who I've seen talk about this topic consider it a good early option. So why did I wait until the 1-year mark to bring it up? Very simple. You would lose access to the schooling in the village, which would significantly hamper our reading.
I mean, I think there's more than 50. They're just, you know, a bunch of no-names. And one of them is very horny for one of the foxes.
Experience, and we need that long term to access more books for magic. And while the SDM has a great number
The library's in the basement? Since fairies are renewable, could you grind down fairies and... You know, never mind. I'm editing this before I freaking... You'd have to have, like, a freaking nature-type fairy in order for that to work. That way, like, if you grind up someone made of leaves or something, rather than it just being human-ish pulp. Ugh. Vampire piston? I mean, there's that one clip of me saying what color would come out if you were to squeeze Nasu into a juice, so...
of magical books, according to Aku, the library is not open to the general public. It might seem appealing, but heading here as soon as possible simply is not efficient. If you arrive in Gensokyo with fluency, it becomes your best choice based on free time alone. However, this still has the issue of the work giving you no salary. Building up funds is going to be important long term, so I would not recommend this route unless your end goal is to live here anyway. At this point, you are
Alright, fair enough. I mean, my two number one spots both live in the SDM, so... Not the worst option for me.
entering the endgame. Everything from here on is simply repetition. Continue your education, maintain decent physical fitness, build up your finances, explore and learn about Gensokyo, and of course, study your magic. After flight, you would want to make an effort in learning defensive and offensive magic in order to defend yourself, which is...
Your magic went up fast! Know several important individuals. Learned about basic Japanese history from school, festivals, speaking with others. Good amount of money saved up from jobs.
It's important if you plan to live outside of an established residence. How long you spend doing this really depends on where you want to settle down. While you could continue schooling up until fluency, towards the end you can learn through self-study with little loss in efficiency. So you could set off earlier than 2 years if you made enough money. In fact, you'll find that your final roadblock may not be magic or a language barrier. It's just a matter of getting a home. So much for escaping the housing crisis. Lucky for you, it's still easier to get a house in Gensokyo. So let's go over your choices.
Oh yes, go to the moon. clearly the best option. I don't think Makai is a much better option either. At least with the bamboo forest, if you can fly, you can just, you know, fly out. But getting back to your house is the big problem there. Heaven would probably just also do the same thing as the moon and just kill you on sight.
As previously stated, living in the village is pretty simple. You can accomplish this on your first day. You could completely forego learning magic and instead go full rune factory. Get to know the villagers, participate in festivals, find a profession, make money, and pretty soon you won't be the foreign outsider anymore.
I actually have a freaking Akira moment constantly, every time I see RuneScape. Get out of my head, get out of my head, get out of my head, get out of my head. What in God's green earth? Also, you should have put that in the memes channel. I'm deleting it from generally. You can put it in the memes channel. I just don't want people thinking that it's a freaking slippery slope into fucking people deciding, oh, well, if one person put a meme in general, I can start doing that. Especially since there's a lot of new faces that have shown up over this past week.
You'll be a full-fledged villager, living happily, yet ignorant to the underlying truth to the village. Some other locations that you could move to as soon as you became aware of them include the SDM, Muran Temple, and the Divine Spirit Mausoleum in Senkai. In the case of the latter two, instead of picking up magic, you could practice Buddhism or train to become a hermit. Buddhism would grant you access to Hojutsu or Dharmic arts, while pursuing a hermit lifestyle in Senkai would eventually open up Senjutsu or hermit arts.
Okay, I'm gonna be honest. That hermit thing's cool and all, however... I can think of at least one person where this is, it sounds like an awful idea. It's very strict, and if I fail, I get turned into a fucking zombie, so... Kazan isn't the worry. It's fucking Sega.
These powers would need to be built up over years of hard work, but you could certainly do so instead of the magician approach. Most locations beyond this point will require you to forage or hunt for your own food, at least until you can learn the abandoned food magic, which will take a while. In some cases, you may be close enough to visit the human village semi-regularly for supplies, but between your studies in magic...
I mean, based off of how most of them are, like, appearance-wise, abandoned food might not be that, like... It'll take a couple years, but I don't think that it's exactly, like, that far off.
you should be able to live off the land with little concern. Hunting could be trivialized with magic, edible plants and mushrooms can be gathered, and water could be collected from clean sources or produced with magic. The next few locations require some degree of self-defense and a
Bamboo forest is a very bad idea. For the same reason that I mentioned earlier. Forest of Magic is, again, a toxic hellscape. Which would require a different type of magic in order to freaking be able to survive in it. Yeah, it takes a long time to become a hermit. Garden of the Sun sounds... I'd put that in a higher difficulty, because you still gotta freaking convince Yuka that you're not to get pasted the moment you step in. Misty Lake's not awful. Yokai Mountain... not the worst.
home of your own, which would still take considerable time. With the home, this is where money would come into play. While you would have a hard time paying villagers to drag materials outside of the village to build a home, you might be able to enlist the Kappa with enough money. But how much money? Well, even if housing might be more affordable in Gensokyo, something tells me even a year or two of savings wouldn't be enough to cover materials, construction, and furnishing. And you probably don't want to take out a loan with them. So if you didn't want to wait too long, you would have to get creative with business strategies. Maybe you could dabble in yokai extermination work, or make use of the skills from your time in the outside world.
Fucking capitalist. I mean, Cherno could probably make you an igloo just like her own, so it could work.
You might even utilize outsider technology purchased at Korindo. Alternatively, there may be magic that could be used to construct livable spaces. This is based on the fact that in Silent Sinner and Blue, Patrulli was able to prepare most of the rocket they flew to the moon in less than a month. So you would either have to learn the requisite magic and gather all of the materials, or hire a magician who would be both able and willing.
I love how much they're committing to the, Patchouli is a neat angle on this. Literally any option. No matter what you're freaking offering, it's just piss off.
Either way has its difficulties, but at the end, you would have your very own home in one of these locations. The next few locations will be...
Okay, the only person that's going to take your kneecaps is probably going to be Chen. Yeah, Yokai Mountain is already got freaking claimed to it, and to a certain degree. I'd put freaking... No, Old Hell, not New Hell. Never mind. Old Hell, yeah, I guess that's only very difficult. The worst part about that is it's still a freaking overheated hellscape. Makai would probably drive you insane. Animal Realm is actually just Detroit.
Even more difficult, needing significantly higher magical capability to survive. As far as the letter rankings for magic are concerned, I consider each step up exponentially more difficult.
I wouldn't even be worried about freaking spider yokai eating you. It's the fact that they're probably going to give you super aids the moment you step down there when they wave hi to you for the first time.
It's possible, but it will take time. Thankfully, if you're diligent and capable, your progress should be comparable to that of Marissa. For the upper half of Yokai Mountain, you would be at odds with the Tengu. Outsiders that attempt to climb the mountain, yokai or human, are chased out relentlessly by Tengu patrols. The only exception is that visitors are allowed to visit Moria Shrine via the ropeway. You would have a very difficult time getting permission to build a home here unless you somehow made a deal with the Tengu. Makai and Old Hell.
Here's the thing, though. You could probably... convince the Tengu with outside knowledge for a little bit. You're eventually going to run out of outside knowledge for scoops, but you might be able to for a little.
Are only what I would consider difficult because of how dangerous they are. Old Hell, from what we know, is quite lively and likely has homes for sale. You would simply need to be strong enough to hold your own down there. As for Makai, we know that we can access it via the Palanquin ship, so if you really wanted to, you probably could go there. Just know that Sakura...
I never expected to see what is effectively 40k warp travel depicted in a Toho art piece. Becoming an Oni doesn't sound like an awful, outcome. Possession sounds less pleasant.
In PCB states, hell is not as scary as Makai, so take that as you will. And last but in PCB states, hell is not as scary as Makai, so take that as you will. And last but not least, the animal realm. Honestly, you could probably consider this one impossible, but maybe if you became absurdly strong after some period of...
Again, the animal realm, and by extension modern hell, is Detroit. You are in constant combat because of the freaking totally not Yakuza families that are constantly freaking trying to take over. Also, they might just plain possess you or eat you. In your sleep.
You really wanted to live there for some reason, you could probably be accepted somewhere. Maybe. These last few locations are what I would consider...
Heaven, yeah, it's not gonna happen. Netherworld, yeah. Lunar Capital, yeah. That's what I figured. That's what I'd place them all at, too, so it's fine.
Impossible to live in. Muenzaka is one for the reasons mentioned earlier in the video. And the last four locations are Pure Lands. They do not possess the innate impurities of Earth. And the last four...
Jinsokyo is... Wait, why is Jinsokyo Miami?
Four locations are Pure Lands. They do not possess the innate impurities of Earth.
No day-night cycle, no physical change or decay.
There are no seasons, no day or night, and things do not change or decay. Even with abandoned food magic, it's hard to say what would happen if you tried to live here.
I mean, you're a human, so you have... Prejudice is putting it lightly against you in on the moon, just in general. They already hate you for the incident that happened in the 1960s. Or is it 1970s? Whenever the moon landing happened. And they're gonna be able to, like, sniff that shit out. Netherworld is already fucking owned. It's already claimed. I hope you like getting your soul split from your body, and then your soul split into multiple pieces by the sword that can cut anything. What else we got? Do you like bureaucracy? Bureaucracy for days on the one. Do you like living in a courthouse? And then what was the other one I'm thinking of? Heaven. I mean, it's heaven.
Your options, but some of you might be capital and food magic. It's hard to say what would happen if you tried to live here. In the case of heaven or the lunar capital, though, they definitely would not let you in.
Yep.
So there's your options, but some of you might be bummed that your favorite girl might live in one of the impossible areas. But hey, nothing is stopping you from visiting, unless they're on the moon, in which case I'd suggest lowering your standards a bit. But if you can manage to set off on your own successfully, congratulations, you can now say you survived Gensokyo in the truest sense. So what's next? Well, you must have picked a location for a reason.
What do you mean? Me? Never.
Maybe over the course of your journey you got to know some of those residents and wanted to stick around. But of course, maybe you thought of some things I didn't. I'd love to hear your own ideas and how quickly you might be able to accomplish this survival challenge, unless you subscribe to the idea that there's no way in hell anybody makes it past being a wagey in the rice fields. In any case, I hope to see you again soon. Thanks for watching.
She's like a 10-time reincarnate. Nobody is safe. She is an entity of some sort. Like, honestly, the most likely safe one would probably be Kozuzu in that case. Because she is, at the time, at least as far as I know, still, like, human.
Oh hey, it's you. I didn't say you could come here. You must have missed the part in the guide where it says, I was here first. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm a bit busy working on some, videos. Yeah. Bye.
I'm pansexual. Rinosuke is not safe. Also, I've seen those back muscles. Alright, so we get to learn magic next. I am gonna I'm gonna leave you guys with music on top of hitting ad break a little early, because I am going to make myself food because it is nearing midnight. Let me move over here so that YouTube also gets a little bit of music. They get Cafe de Toho, ironically enough. Let me move into the segment that I know has a little bit of opening. That's the tease. I need this region. Tokyo Active Neats, what? Let me... Where do I want to put you guys? We'll put you here, because I don't want to freaking give PTSD to anyone that knows where Crystal Evolutions is from. I don't have any stairs. My house is single floor. Like I said, I went to get food. And the bread is slightly stale because I was a fool. Alright. Magic time!
Back when I was in middle school, I started dabbling in writing fantasy stories. The quality of those stories is debatable, but I vividly remember pouring many hours into how the abilities of different characters worked. I would classify different types of powers, name the hierarchies of magic users, and detail what was possible with each type of magic. I even had notes on what I, as the writer, wanted to explain to the readers and what I wanted to keep vague or hidden. Looking back on it, it was pretty good for a 10-year-old. But I think the most interesting thing about all of it in retrospect was that I had written much of it well before I had decided anything about a plot. I was world building, and I didn't even know it. When people discuss world building in the context of fantasy worlds, magic systems are often a major part of the conversation. There are many ways the writer can go about handling the magic in their world. It could remain vague and leave its details to the imagination of the reader. It could go deep into defining the laws and rules by which the world operates. But what the writer decides to do with the magic isn't the important thing. It's how the writer utilizes the system in support of the narrative. But Toho doesn't really have a narrative. It's a world that can facilitate many narratives. It's not Toho the story, it's Gensokyo, where many different stories take place. Even then, its magic system supports the construction of its world and stories. But how? Some of you might be familiar with soft and hard magic systems. These terms were coined by Brandon Sanderson, a high fantasy and science fiction author best known for his Mistborn series, or more relevantly, his fictional universe Cosmere, where most of his works are set. He made these terms as a way to categorize fantasy worlds. With hard magic systems, the mechanics and rules for how the magic are explicitly given to the reader, enough that the reader themselves would be able to explain roughly what the character must do to use specific magic. Meanwhile, soft magic systems may not clearly define everything, or when they do, the explanation is purposefully limited, omitting details that would give the reader the full picture. And while it may be easy to dismiss soft systems as less creative or thoughtful, there are benefits to keeping the explanations of your magic sparse. In addition to these terms,
I mean, that's the thing, right? That's like a layman's perspective on how things work. Soft magic still has its basic rules. It just doesn't have, you need to form gang symbols with your hands while chanting the B-movie script in order to cast Blood Rain or anything like that. It does still have the basic rules of, hey, you need to have this level of proficiency in order to do this, or you have to be born like with innate magical ability XYZ kind of deal. It's kind of like I suppose like science versus theory kind of deal. All of the everything is known and everything has like specific rules for science. But theory is more fluid in that it, you know, until you have confirmation that a specific thing does a specific thing, it kind of flows more like water of sorts.
Sanderson defines 3 laws of magic, though in his own words, while I call them laws, they're nothing more than simple guidelines that have worked for me. Just like sometimes it's good to violate rules of grammar, authors can violate my theories and still have good books. The rules in question are as follows. An author's ability to solve conflict with magic should be directly proportional to how well the reader understands said magic. Weaknesses, limits, and costs are more interesting than powers. The author should expand on what is already a part of the magic system before something else new is added, as this may change how the magic system fits into the fictional world. These rules are nice for writers, but what about his definition of hard and soft systems? Well, in Sanderson's own words, this separation of soft and hard is not a strict binary of one or the other. Most writers are somewhere in the middle between these two extremes. These terms are just analysis guidelines. They should never interfere with a writer's organic creativity. But if so, wouldn't that make these segregational terms completely reductive, simply forcing everything into a singular box with arbitrary boundaries regardless of accuracy? Colors are a spectrum with no discrete boundaries. Are words like red, blue, green, and white bad even though they do the same thing? Of course not. I don't want to get too deep into philosophy of mind, but qualia, which is the subjective qualities we personally attribute to something, are just that. Subjective. Your idea of red and my idea of red
What's that?
thing are just that. Subjective. Your idea of red and my idea of red will differ slightly, but neither of us would even have an idea of what red is without the word, the concept. For example, the sentence, "That red fruit is safe to eat," would be impossible to understand. Language gives us a common ground where our subjective thoughts can meet. We can describe someone's narrative world as hard or soft thanks to shared context on what those terms mean. But more importantly, these categorizations give us an idea on how the writer intended the reader to interface with their work, why their magic is presented as such. So with that in mind, I want to look at where Toho fits in this hard-soft dichotomy. And if it wasn't obvious yet, Toho doesn't
Welcome back. Did you actually get did you at least get everything set up? Oh, have, not had.
fit squarely into either category. However, I can do the next best thing. I created this graph to illustrate the hard category. However, I can do the next best thing. I created this graph to illustrate
Can I actually
into
fucking...
either category. However, I can do the next best thing. I created this graph to illustrate the hardness of each aspect of Toho's world building that involves some degree of magic. We'll be going over each of these from hardest to softest, giving examples and explaining how its usage affects Toho's world building overall.
Are we allowed to do
so,
that
of
on
course, We'll be
Twitch?
starting with what I have labeled
Slash
the
YouTube.
core. This is what I consider the singular axiom of Gensokyo's magic system. It is the foundation that everything else in the setting rests upon. Reality is shaped by humanity's collective belief.
Orc logic!
Back before science could provide adequate answers to the natural phenomena around us, gods and yokai were believed to be real, and thus they were. However, as technology improved and gave humanity provable answers that didn't rely on supernatural entities, that belief quickly waned. And for gods and yokai whose entire existence is predicated on that collective belief, that meant their existence was in jeopardy. Thus, Gensokyo became a necessity for the continued existence of the supernatural. This singular rule establishes Gensokyo as a setting. It needs to be explicitly defined, especially when this rule sometimes comes into play narratively. To go back to Sanderson's first law, an author's ability to solve conflict with magic should be directly proportional to how well the reader understands said magic. A good example of this comes directly from Kaneko in Symposium of Post-Mysticism. Gods are beings that will cease to exist without humans believing in them. Just believing that we're real is enough. In the outside world, they've stopped believing that we even exist. Indeed, everything changed once we came to Gensokyo. Here, humans believe that we exist as an everyday fact. Gensokyo is a safe haven for the supernatural, away from the logic of society. This statement is all you need to understand the setting.
Yep.
And in the words of Sanae Kochiya, you can't let yourself be held back by common sense in Gensokyo, right? Funnily enough, despite Gensokyo's barrier being one of the things we know the most about, and take that with a grain of salt, it's probably one of the hardest to explain. It's called the barrier of common sense, but its mechanics are anything but. Formerly known as the Great Hakure Barrier, this was the culmination of what was known as the Yokai Expansion Project, spearheaded by Yukari Yakumo. This barrier was the solution to the problem we just looked at. If humans continue to lose faith in the supernatural, why not create a place where humans have no choice but to believe in it? A barrier which separates logic from fantasy. A barrier of common sense in the most literal of forms.
Holy shit, dude. Is that supposed to be like Yokai Mountain? What is that technically? I've never seen any of the landmarks depicted like this aside from this art piece. Yeah, Sunene's okay.
So let's list out what we know about it. It is designed such that nothing can consciously come in or out, not one or the other. Yokai who enter Gensokyo are expected to stay in Gensokyo. That first point in mind, the Hakure Shrine is technically the only way in and out, but there are exceptions. The spiriting away phenomenon, which is believed to be the work of Yukari Yakumo, can cause things that would normally be rejected by the barrier to pass through at random. Likewise, a few yokai claim to have secret methods of passing in and out as they wish, though the truth of this has only been hinted at. And as a final exception, rather than bypassing the barrier, one could technically tear a hole in it and walk out like normal. Things that are starting to become...
Yeah, but then you cause an incident and then you're freaking as good as dead.
Forgotten in the outside world have an easier time passing through the barrier naturally. This could include animals that are going extinct, or even just toys that went out of style. This is one way humans with no outside connections get spirited away. Things like rain, snow, sunlight, and rivers that flow to or from the outside world are all unaffected by the barrier. Nature passes through as though it didn't exist. Even though the barrier is often drawn like a dome, it extends to the underground as well. But more importantly, the edges of the barrier have non-Euclidean properties. To explain with an example, if someone were to try and run as far as they could out the edge of the barrier, they would begin passing by familiar landmarks as though they were running in circles. And the moment they turn around to make their way back, even if they had been running for an hour straight, they would likely find themselves right where they had started. Gensokyo is not the only realm on the fantasy side of the barrier. The lunar capital has a similar barrier that hides it from the outside world, one that may have inspired Gensokyo's. It's also possible to travel there from Gensokyo without going through the outside world. Some realms, such as Old Hell and the Netherworld, can be accessed in Gensokyo directly, while others can be accessed with special means, such as Makai or the Dream World.
Sometimes I forget about the dream world just kind of being its own thing. It's not just full of nerds, it's full of racist nerds.
Honestly, it's the non-Euclidean space bit that trips people up, but these are the main things we know about the barrier. It's a lot, isn't it? I would say there are a few aspects that are up for interpretation, such as why the barrier tends to fluctuate in certain places. However, I would consider the barrier a classic example of hard magic. Fans usually can explain in their own words how it works, and there's a simple reason why the Hakure barrier of all things is like this. It's because Zune loves using its properties as plot points. He's been doing it since Toho 7, to his earliest manga series, all the way to recent developments. If Zune wants to have plot beats involving the barrier, depending on what he's trying to explain, he needs the reader to understand certain mechanics. Again, Sanderson's first law, and as a result, one of the most confusing topics ends up being the one thing we understand the most. Luckily, these next few should be easier to explain, but they will need a bit of leading into. So let's talk about one of the oldest concepts in the series, the spell card system. The rules themselves obviously aren't magic. They're rules of engagement for when two characters want to settle a dispute. However, the creation and use of these spell cards are fully defined. Perfect Memento in strict sense gives us the original draft of the rules. However, I want to go over the 3 that pertain to the spell cards themselves. Combatants will give names and meanings to the duel for the benefit of beauty. Combatants may not deliver attacks that do not have meaning. The meaning itself becomes the attack's power. Combatants will write the duel's name on paper in the format of a contract. These papers will be called spell cards. This actually tells us a lot. Spell cards require names and meaning behind them in order to be used. The cards themselves are simply contracts that follow dueling protocol rather than...
And you have to put every single card that you plan on using during the battle down before you start the battle. You cannot just pull one out of your ass partway through the fight that you didn't declare before the agreement was made to enter combat. Which I think one person does break at one point or something.
Actual magic. So what about non-spells? Well, keep in mind that this was just a first draft of the rules, so things like non-spells may have been added after the fact. But I think I have an answer to this as well. If the cards aren't magic, what about the Danmaku? Well, going by the Grimoire of Marissa and Usami, the magic, or Danmaku in this case, can be anything the user is capable of doing as long as it doesn't violate the rules. Patrulli's Danmaku is her actual magic, but meanwhile, Minoriko has a spell card that is just her throwing baked sweet potatoes, which is to say, while I think the spell card system is hard magic, the
That's a little goofy.
hardness of Danmaku is actually completely dependent on its source. Some spell cards could be a character doing something physically, some could utilize a type of magic they know, or finally, they could be created through the use of a character's special ability. This would of course apply to the non-spells as well. So in summary, the spell card system is a hard magic system fought with soft magic.
Do you think that, like, Yukari has a, has like a little pocket portion of her gap that just has every bullet that's ever been lost in human history, and she just can open it up like a machine gun in the middle of a Danmaku battle? No. I don't really know. I think we have a single sweet potato sitting in one of the windows. Oh yeah, if I go missing tomorrow, I've been spirited away, and she put me in one of the places that I was not going to survive specifically because I would be a menace if I was given a chance to live.
Attacks. Honestly, the only thing I don't understand is how some of these characters know about the spell card rules if they're complete newcomers to Gensokyo, or for that matter, how On had spell cards ready minutes after being born.
I'm not a menace here. How am I a menace over here? You don't have access to that channel. I don't know if you even requested access to that channel. I don't know if anyone's has requested any roles as of recent. People keep joining and then don't freaking pick up roles. I'm gonna freaking Make it mandatory for people to start picking up roles. Granted, if I do that, then I actually have to put a bot in here, and I'm too lazy to fucking do that. Well, the thing is that it's the not safe for work channel, so normally people don't actually request it. They go, oh, that channel exists? Like, months later, and go, hey, I don't want to publicly announce that I'm freaking wanting access to the horny channel. Would you mind giving it to me? I've had 3 different people that have either DM'd me, which is why I made the rule in the first place, because people kept DMing me, or they like openly state in chat. They won't click on the role, which no one gives a shit who clicks on the role, but they will publicly ask in Twitch chat, hey, can I have the horny role? It's so goofy.
With that out of the way, we can talk about each of these soft magics. And surprisingly enough, the type we know the most about is character abilities. I made a whole video on this topic, 2 if you count the one dedicated just to explaining how cool Reimu's ability is. Sanderson's second law states, weaknesses, limits, and costs are more interesting than powers. And yet, we are not only given no limitations for most abilities, but we barely know what they can do.
Capable of destroying reason, by the way. I mean, if you want the role, I can give you the role. I'm going to... there is a single channel for that. I'm tempted to add I'm planning on adding another one. And then it'll have another role tied to it for, cultured pings. For when I want to work on certain art pieces that I can't work on here, so they have to go on a different site. Yeah, I've had 3 different people that have DM'd me asking. And it's like, you know that once you have the role, it's going to be like, if anyone clicks on you, they're going to know, right? And it's the only role you're asking for, so you're going to turn the color of that role. You might as well just click on the smug emote in the roles channel for it. Did you not actually want the role? I am... Because if you don't want the role, then I'm not gonna freaking give you the role. It's whatever. I just find it very funny that people are afraid of clicking on the role icon. But they... but they don't think beyond that and go, oh, yeah, the fact that I'm brown, which is a color... It's like a reddish brown, which is a color exclusive to that role. It's like one of the only 3 roles that aren't a shade of purple. Isn't going to be an indicator that I have the horny role. Which is more public than, you know, people freaking just clicking on a role. Fair enough.
So, is this an example of Zune failing as a writer? I actually
No.
don't think so. Character abilities are mostly flavor text, or at best an explanation for their Danmaku patterns, such as Kyoko's reflective sound bullets. But in the event that an ability is used to solve some plot points or be put into action, it is usually one that we have been given explicit understanding of. Yukari uses her gaps during Silent Sinner and Blue in order to accomplish her master plan, but her ability isn't simply go in one gap, come out the other. She manipulates boundaries, and we are given very explicit explanation of just what that can entail. The ability to manipulate boundaries is a terrifying ability capable of fundamentally undermining reality. It goes without saying, but everything is built upon the existence of boundaries. If there was no water surface, there could be no lake. If there was no skyline, neither mountain nor sky could exist. Were it not for the Great Barrier, even Gensokyo itself would not exist. If there were no boundaries, everything would probably exist as a single enormous object. Thus, the ability to manipulate boundaries is logically an ability of creation and destruction. Flandra is another great example.
Terumoko? Who's that, Yeah, that checks out.
Of this. Her ability is to destroy absolutely anything, and it comes
I mean, it was Ran that calculated the width of the Sanzu River, wasn't it?
into play during Toho 17.5, and all the way back in 2000. Flandra is another great example of this. Her ability is to destroy absolutely anything, and it comes into play during Toho 17.5, and all the way back in 2005 when Bohemian Archive in Japanese Red came out, she explains explicitly how her ability works, albeit in a rather childish manner. Everything has an eye. If I squeeze that eye, it will go kaboom. Zune only
I
10.
love her so much. Ah, I gotcha. I should have assumed... I mean, I had a feeling that it was either Kaguya or, Kane. Because those are, like, the two biggest ships between, ships with Moko.
Tends to use character abilities narratively if he has explicitly defined them. In all other cases, thing has an eye. If I squeeze that eye, it will go kaboom. Zune only tends to use character abilities narratively if he has explicitly defined them. In all other cases, they are textbook soft magic. Soft magic allows the writer to maintain a sense of mystery without limiting future creativity. The more the magic is defined, the more red tape they need to walk around in order to avoid contradictions while adding new things. In Zune's case,
Which is why he specifically gives explanations to things that are destroy thing by doing thing. I don't know if you are a minority in that. I thought that those two were... I mean, I guess not as much as, like, Aaron and Raisin. Granted, Raisin is very close to Marissa in how many different people she's shipped with.
he's actually said this is a big reason why he tries not to give too many details. This way, abilities give a bit more flavor to each character without creating additional narrative restrictions to the series. And finally, the softest part of Toho's magic. The magic. Pretty much everything else not covered by character abilities falls under this category.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean... It's, but going by that comparison is like saying that, like, whatever the ship name is for Alice and, Marissa is less popular than MasterCard. You're gonna be having a very difficult time beating out the, like, highest. I don't know if there's anyone else that really has a rate that high beyond those two ships in particular.
And while we have a few distinct categories that magic can fall into, a lot of it has no identifiable source, magic unrelated to a character ability or known magic category. Usually these are yokai abilities that we can hand wave with. The yokai can do it because it's a yokai. These in particular are our examples of 100% soft magic. Magic that has no logical explanation because it doesn't need any. So if you were hoping for an answer about why pretty much every character can fly, the answer is simple. They just can. But what about our other categories of magic? Or what about the other forms of magic we haven't seen in canon yet? Well, what if I told you we can actually do a lot better than just dismissing Toho's magic as inexplicable nonsense? This is actually really simple, and it's all thanks to what we talked about at the beginning. The core. Reality is shaped by humanity's collective belief.
Have they really interacted at all? I mean, that could be part of it, like, just it doesn't cross people's minds because of a lack of interaction. Granted, there was that one that had Mamizo and Akyu and Kosuzu, and I don't think that Mamizo's really interacted with the other two a whole lot, so I guess that there are outliers sometimes. It was a good one. Ah, fair enough.
We can apply this rule to every magic system. I've explained in a few videos how Patrolly's magic uses the wuxing phases. This magic is more formally known as feng shui, or Chinese geomancy, which
Second fucking time that feng shui's come up the past, like, 3 days? When was this discussion had? Saturday? It was Gothica I was talking to. It would have been Saturday, because that was when I found out that the motherboard's dead.
uses the energies within our environment. And sure enough, her article in Perfect Memento in Strict Sense supports this. This form of magic is also very well documented, meaning if you were to learn how it operates, you could put it into practice in Gensokyo. But even between magicians, the source of their magic can differ. Marissa's magic is alchemical and involves using magical ingredients found within the Forest of Magic. As for Alice, her dolls are controlled via magic threads. How does she make the threads, you ask? We don't know. Soft magic. But typically, a lot of magic that doesn't fall under a specific category could be considered Yojutsu, or yokai arts. Hojutsu, or dharmic arts, are Buddhist supernatural abilities. These techniques are usually in the form of
Mainly rituals for exorcism and protection, among other things. What would Sho do without Nazrin? Aside from be fucked because she'd lose her freaking pagoda and never find it again.
reciting sutras. Nothing fancy like Yojutsu. And if you ask, what about Byakuren? Most of her magic is actually Yojutsu. She's more of a magician than a dharmic arts practitioner. Senjutsu, or hermit arts, are a little more interesting. This magic is used by hermits who gain their abilities through rigorous training. They will spend most of their days praying, eating very little food,
I... There it is. That is the lost word art. I thought so. It's funny how much Kazan did talk about, you know, the dietary portion of hermetism, given her habit of being a goddamn glutton. I mean, I guess that unless you're comparing her to Yuyuko, but I mean, you're comparing her to Yuyuko at that point.
And every several hundred years, they have to deal with an assassin from hell. But on the bright side, they get some cool shit like teleportation and secret hermit homes. For instance, Miko used Senjutsu to create Senkai as a home for her and her followers. On Myodo, the way of yin and yang, is actually a composite of different magics combining Taoist alchemy, feng shui, Buddhist sutras, Shinto, and other sources. This is actually what...
Oh god, that sounds complicated. Yeah, that's true. It kind of makes me... I mean, I know why, right? The reason why she freaking still does hermetism, despite the fact that she's an Oni, is because she put all of her freaking, you know, vices and shit into her one arm, and then lopped it off. And that arm had so much freaking anger and freaking sheer too angry to die that it went full starfish and made an entire extra body for itself. Yep, it sure did. It also had its own Lost Word arc, if I remember correctly. I know that it started in one part, but unfortunately, my phone is in a similar state to my computer, where not exactly doing so hot, except it is doing very hot, to the point where it would attempt to burn a hole in my thumb. Either way. But yeah, freaking... She is definitely an interesting one as far as her, double-edged sword nature.
Both Yukari and Reimu used for some of their abilities. This magic is mainly for divination and enchantments. Anytime you see Reimu putting sealing amulets on something or erecting magic barriers, she's using Onmyodo. It can also be used to have summoned spirits possess creatures and have them act as servants. These are known as Shikigami, with examples being Ran and Chen.
I still want to know... Like... I don't understand it. I love the fact that Chen exists, but like a manifested, effectively a familiar, gets her own familiar is very goofy. I mean, I guess that, you know, Yukari is bordering on God at this point. She is one of the sages of Jinsokyo, so fuck you, don't have to explain shit. I have the power. I can have my servant have a servant of its own.
There are also a few other miscellaneous magics or magic-like abilities such as Qi, which Mei Ling can utilize. But since we've talked about some of the more religious magics, let me address one more thing. In the comments for my survival video, a few of you seem to believe that being religious and getting sent to Gensokyo is enough to give you magic. Look, I don't care how pious you are. Jesus isn't going to give you Protect from Melee. You're Christian? Okay. What magic spells do Christians use? How do they cast?
We cast cast water to wine. Actually, if you get that ability because your god has that ability, well, you're. How does Christianity work? They are all the same entity, but they're also three entities, right? I guess your god has that ability. Like, I can turn freaking water into alcohol. I guess that we're... Congratulations. Your money problems in Jintokyo are fixed. And, congratulations, house in former hell.
Asked them, do they have any? If your religious texts of choice don't detail any magics, then there's no magic to learn. If your religious texts of choice don't detail any magics, then there's no magic to learn.
Except the religious texts do have magics in them. I mean, there's the obvious water to wine, resurrection. I mean, you're basically just a cleric from D&D. I cast Unblind. I guess that would make you a pretty good, You could also get medical, I guess. Park yourself next to the doorway to former hell, and anytime someone comes out after using their permit with Yamame, you just... Oh, congratulations, your super AIDS is cured. I mean, freaking... Who was the dude that had really long hair and, Samson. I was trying to remember what the unit was called in Empire Earth. Just be like me, have super long hair? Congratulations, I can arm wrestle an Oni. Fuck you.
Again, reality is shaped by humanity's collective belief. The key word here is collective. Your personal belief will not supersede the majority. But if you were curious, Christians were probably one of the greatest contributors to Western magic despite modern faith considering it satanic. Even the Bible condemns sorcery, thereby acknowledging its existence. But if one were to learn ancient sorceries like Enochian magic, they could theoretically be used in Gensokyo. And this can be applied to...
I mean, that's the thing, then. If one thing can work, then the other thing that it's tied to can work. Thaumaturgy. Sex magic! Alright, everyone, I am changing my ways. I'm no longer going to insult the wizards. I'm off to become a mage of my own. For my next trick, I cast Detach Penis. It will now whisper into your ear. Also, shout out to anyone that gets that reference. You're some real ones, been around here for years.
any other form of magic, each abiding by its own rules. And that brings us to the end of my little graphic here. But there is one more thing to discuss. While Sanderson did define 3 laws of magic, he actually created a 0th law. Always err on the side of what is awesome. Of all of these rules, I think this is the one that Zun best embodies. He only uses hard magic when absolutely necessary. This results in a mostly soft system, leaving him free range to be as creative as he likes. These softer
Good. It was intentional.
aspects, not just with magic, but with every facet of Touhou's world building, are a large part of why it's so conducive to fan creations. I talked about this briefly in my video on Joyful's Yoremu. But now that I've explained the magic system, I can talk about how it affects Toho's most important aspect, its characters. Zun loves using unreliable narration in his written works, narratives that are perfectly okay with lying to the reader. I can't count the number of YouTube comments I get saying Perfect Memento in strict sense is an unreliable source for this reason. While I would say that its dubious comments and outright lies are easy to pick out, this does touch on something rather interesting. Why? Let's look at Flandre's ability again.
We may watch Little Reimu next week. Because the only birthday that I really want to get drawn next week is for Boysen's birthday, and her birthday is on Monday.
She does give us a good idea of how it works. This is also the key to everything I've been leading up to. We only know what she told us. While she may have been truthful, she may have also lied or left out key details. She might not even understand it correctly herself. Every single character ability is self-declared, but this isn't limited to abilities or even Perfect Memento in strict sense. All of Zun's writing does this. Do you think Yuyuko is going all out when she's a stage 1 boss? What about Hakadia, who Zun said is far stronger than any character introduced at that point? And then you have Alice, who claims she never uses her full power. Is she even telling the truth? How many yokai aren't holding back? Is Yukari secretly a lot?
I do have one point on the Alice point. She's not the only one that describes hers. The Fairies of Light also describe her grimoire. And they say it is the strongest magic that they have ever felt. On one hand, they're fairies, so they're weak, so, like... On the other hand, they're fairies, so they've also interacted with Yuka, most likely. So... I mean, the implication, though, if they say that directly, is that they have a comparison point. Even if they don't remember every single thing that's ever happened, like, they have enough strong comparison points that they are still labeling her as the strongest. And it still has the Yuka point of, if there's anyone that fairies tend to wind up interacting with most, it is Yuka normally. Because due to her philosophy, she tends to not kill them off as often.
Weaker than she leads on. And by the way, this is a big reason why power level discussion immediately goes out the window. Sorry, not sorry. But again, I'm going to ask the question. Why? Not to answer it though. The answer is the question. If that doesn't make sense, let me put it this way. Because there is a question and no obvious answer, fan creativity is invited to create one. For as much as we know about each and every character, Zun keeps that information as soft as possible, malleable for more liberal interpretation. Fans can take their beloved characters and fill in the blanks as they see fit.
We should also watch Fantasy Kaleidoscope at some point. I wanted to watch that actually for a Discord anime night one of these days. But I never got around to it because life happened and I stopped doing movie/anime nights. I mean, it's a headcanon that freaking has... It's not like it's, like, disproven. And it's got some evidence that it could possibly be true. Like, more than like some headcanons are. Like, I know that some people will be like, oh, hey, X character is actually, I don't know, freaking Link is fully gay or something like that, despite the fact that on more than one occasion... First of all, Link is not a single character. There's like 80 freaking Links. But, like, there's several Links that are confirmed that they are at most bisexual because they cause a direct descendant into another Link. Meaning that he fucked.
And in some cases, elevate and surpass its source material. I subscribe to the belief that this is why Toho always felt like it had a much higher concentration of creative fans compared to most other communities. It beckons these fans into participating in its own creation, which is to say, it is Toho's magic that builds its community. Thank you for watching. I hope to see you again soon.
Alright, we got what? 2 more videos? I could probably get through this one if I snooze ads for one, and then after next ad we can watch this, and then we'll probably call it.
Hakure Reimu. Kirisame Marisa.
Oh, is he just going...
Shingyoku.
Oh, is this just actually just a list?
Kurumi.
Yes, this is just a list. Okay, never mind, I lied. Alright, I am out of water, so we're going to ad break a little early. Oh yeah, for sure. Allowing your fans to have a lot of creative freedom is very much a boon. And having just enough grounding to where, like, there are obviously rules. So, because, like, if you have 0 rules and just go, okay, here's 3 characters, do whatever you want with them, then it'll loop back on itself and have a choice paralysis kind of problem. I remember Kurumi, mostly because I beat the fuck out of her like 800 times when doing Artificial Dream. Alright, I will be right back though. I may actually, like, go through the list proper off stream, but I don't feel as if that would be terribly... One moment, let me... Terribly interesting on stream. A lot of bots tonight. Alright. Yuri time.
There is no dystopia more dull than a world where everything works out just how everyone wants it. The Toho Project is a series that takes place in Gensokyo, a land separated from the rest of the world. But what if it had a story that takes place outside of Gensokyo? Well, that story actually exists, and it's been ongoing for more than 20 years. I'm of course talking about the Hifu Club, also known as the Secret Seal Club. The story of the Hifu Club is told through a series of vignettes or short stories that accompany ZUN's music album releases. Music-wise, these albums contain both original tracks and arrangements of songs from the Toho games, typically to be more for casual listening rather than gameplay accompaniment. The stories themselves are very short. In fact, reading all of them together takes less than a few hours. Though I will note that while the first album of ZUN's music collection, Doll and Pseudo Paradise, has a story, it is not Hifu. Hifu starts with his second album, Ghostly Field Club. It is here we are introduced to our
Trying to steal stuff out of your garage. You actually have a garage?
two main characters.
You can afford
a pair
it.
of Japanese university students named Maribel Hearn and Renko Usami, though Maribel's original pronunciation is closer to Maeriberi. However, she says that since her name is hard to pronounce in Japanese, Renko calls her Mary. Each story focuses entirely around their club activities, which on paper is studying the occult, but its true purpose is to seek out the boundaries of reality, where it is possible to enter another world. In Ghostly Field Club, Renko and Maribel try to find the entrance to the Netherworld at a cemetery that Renko had located using her ability. And right here I would like to pause and point out, yes, both of them possess abilities like Gensokyo residents. Renko can determine time. Yes,
Whose art is this?
both of them possess
It's familiar. Who are you? What are you? I know what you are. Let me grab this real quick. Come on. Shapes Inc. Not very helpful. Unfortunately, Sauce Now couldn't detect it. That leads me to Dan Buru. That's helpful. Oh god, I can only imagine the list. Yep, characters. Yep. Character list goes well below the freaking comment section. Unfortunately, it's a Twitter source. That's why Sauce Now couldn't do it. Sauce Now has difficulty with Twitter these days. Because Twitter did their did their API thing sometime back, and now Sauce Now just can't find half of the arts that are on Twitter. Which is fucking annoying. Yeah, that checks out.
Abilities like Gensokyo Resonance. Renko can determine time and location by looking at the sky, even within a picture.
Firstly, nice. Secondly, I thought a lot of people could do that. Well, I mean, time and place, but...
Renko can determine time and location by looking at the sky, even within a picture, and Maribel has the ability to see boundaries, what Yukari is able to manipulate. It is heavily implied that the two are connected, if not the same person. Aside from ability, Zun has even acknowledged their shared namesake, Lafcadio Hearn. He was a foreigner who changed his name to Koizumi Yakumo when he became a Japanese citizen. I want to focus on Hifu in this
fucking weeb.
Video, so I'm just going to throw up all the connections we know about them on the screen.
Hearn became, Yakumo, both wear red and purple. Both ends of the visible spectrum, theme present in Chen's, Rand's, and Yukari's names. Red ribbons tied in the shape of an 8. Ribbons tied in the shape of an 8, important because Ya in Yakumo means 8. Katakana Ha is traditionally written the same as Ya. These are respective first characters of their names. Both wear a white mob cap. A lot of people wear a white mob cap. Both can see boundaries. Later in the story, Maribel starts manipulating boundaries similar to Yukari. Toyohime confirms that humans can be spirited away through time. Maribel's name may be a variant of mulberry, which is the fruit that turns purple as it matures. Maribel's first visit to Gensokyo is implied to have taken her hundreds of years in the past.
Feel free to pause and look over all that at your leisure. Of course, Maribel is not the only one with a character connection. Sumireko Usami not only looks similar to Renko and shares her last name, but Sumireko is stated to have started the Hifu Club. And while we don't have an obvious time frame for Hifu in this first story, we do...
I thought it was confirmed that they were different people. Because I thought we had seen Sumireko on the outside. Guess I'm wrong. Or he's wrong. Or both.
Get an idea later. In Changeability of Strange Dream, Maribel talks about the world she had been visiting lately in her dreams. It is here we learn her ability to view boundaries of other worlds has been present in her family lineage since ancient times.
Gensokyo Netherworld, Gensokyo Makai. I really, really wish you hadn't chosen blue and black on the purple and black background.
And as we will come to find, this ability is central to the overarching story. In the dream, she describes visiting a scarlet mansion near a sparkling lake and speaking with a maid there. Later into the night, she loses her way in a bamboo forest. Of course, she's describing the Scarlet Devil Mansion and the Bamboo Forest of the Lost. But this isn't the strange part. After waking up, she found herself still possessing cookies from the mansion and bamboo shoots from the forest. This leads to a talk about dream and reality. How in their modern day, the belief is that the dream self and the reality self each exists. This story came out in 2004, by the way. We got proper confirmation of the dream world in 2015 with Legacy of Lunatic Kingdom. Another fun...
God, what a gap there. Ah, get it, gap? I've heard gap too many times today. I guess that freaking... my brain's just starting to melt. I mean, my brain is starting to melt. I ate, and now my freaking... my body's like, oh... we're full. We could go for some sleep now. We're not sleeping for a bit, though, because we freaking don't want to screw up our sleep schedule. Brain.
One thing she mentions here is the extinct Japanese wolf, which is what Kagero is based on. In the end, Renko determines that Maribel had crossed the boundary of dream and reality itself rather than simply dreaming. She questions whether Mary's ability to see boundaries was becoming one to manipulate.
Alright, you know too much. You're getting fed to the vampires tonight.
The dangers in her dreams had suddenly become serious. As she contemplates how to handle this, Renko decides that they wolf, which is what Kagero is based on. In the end, Renko determines that Maribel had crossed the boundary of dream and reality itself rather than simply dreaming. She questions whether Mary's ability to see boundaries was becoming one to manipulate them. The dangers in her dreams had suddenly become serious.
I forgot my water. I'll be right back. It's out here on the shelf. It'll take me 2 seconds. All right.
One to manipulate them. The dangers in her dreams had suddenly become serious. As she contemplates how to handle this, Renko decides that they should try to reach this world that Mary sees. For now, Renko does not deem Mary's situation dire, yet this serves as just the first of many instances, foreshadowing Maribel's fate for the rest of the series. Our next album is Retrospective 53 Minutes. This one is interesting not only because the album is exactly 53 minutes long, but the story takes place on a 53-minute train ride to Tokyo. While there were hints to it in the previous stories, this is where the futuristic aspect becomes clear. Each car is entirely semi-panoramic window except the ceiling and the floor. In other words, the walls of the Shinkansen are its windows. We get several details about the train like this alongside descriptions of a beautiful Japanese countryside. Only these descriptions are quickly subverted. Everything they see in the windows are fake. Nothing more than pretty screens to entertain passengers. In fact, the train is entirely underground, contrary to its visuals. Mount Fuji appears beautiful on the screen, but in reality, it is a shadow of its former self. Retrospective 53 Minutes is our first glimpse into just how artificial the world has become in the years since our current day.
Oh my god, so if they sleep, it'll be an artificial dream? That's a fan game, it's completely unrelated.
While hints of this were present in the prior stories, this is the moment these themes become overt. And in the case of this story, overshadow
What did that say?
stories, this is the moment these themes become overt. And in the case of this story, overshadow the club's usual adventures. And one such result of this ever busier world is a train between Tokyo and Kyoto that takes only 53 minutes to arrive. For reference, trains take a little over 3 hours to get from Kyoto to Tokyo currently. Renko and Mary are taking this train ride for club activities, yet compared to our previous stories, this one feels more like a commentary on the rapidly accelerating modernization of society. I honestly like how Zune wrote this one in particular, and would recommend it if you wanted to try reading one chapter yourself. And if you were questioning just how far in the future this story might be, magical astronomy might give you an idea. Right at the start, we are told that commercial tours to the moon will be opening up to the public, albeit costing a fortune. We get a bit of science talk before seeing the club's current goal, to see the boundary of the moon and reach the fabled lunar capital. Of course, this goal feels secondary in the narrative to their discussions about current events in this futuristic Japan. Things like unified theories of mathematics and late-stage capitalism leading to population control. Each chapter is written with touches of personal commentary on global modernization for both the near and not-so-near future, something that Zune seems to enjoy adding to his writing. But those aside, Mary does eventually see the lunar capital as we know it in Toho, leading to our next story, Trojan Green Asteroid. This is where the stories start to have a bit of continuation. Our main characters discuss the Torifune satellite, a terraforming
Space station is said to have held highly specialized ecosystem, tasked with providing proving whether or not it was possible for an ecosystem to exist in a strictly confined area.
project floating in space that was said to have experienced an
Operation had terraforming in mind, not for another planet, but for their own. Torifune would automatically maneuver itself toward a Lang... Langrani... Langrangian point. Point in space where objects tend to stay put to prevent falling to Earth and make itself recoverable.
Unfortunate accident, resulting in all continuation. Our main characters discuss the Torifune satellite, a terraforming project floating in space that was said to have experienced an unfortunate accident, resulting in all life aboard perishing. However, Mary believes otherwise. Much like her previous dream, she found herself aboard the satellite in what appeared to be a dense, thriving jungle. And
Am I allowed to show this? Also someone here.
among all of it stood a Shinto gate dedicated to Ame no Torifune. Equipped with this knowledge, the two of them visit a
Oh, wait a second. That's why Torifune is called Torifune in Artificial Dream. I actually didn't know that. It's also very weird that it has several PC98/Makai entities in it.
shrine dedicated to the god and traveled to the satellite together. Mary actually succeeds in bringing Renko along. Their trip is short-lived, however, as they are attacked by a beast resembling a chimera and
that explains the chimeras in there.
return to the shrine. While Renko is unbothered, Mary feels extremely alarmed. She would later realize that she had sustained a scratch during the dream and have it checked out, leading to our next story, Neo-Traditionalism of Japan. We learn Mary's cut had been more serious than initially thought, leading her to be quarantined in a remote area in the mountains. Such a drastic measure had to be taken because she had contracted a virus that did not exist on Earth. When the story
That's some serious cat scratch fever, dude.
begins, Mary has already been released from the hospital. During her stay, her powers had become stronger. She no longer saw just the boundaries of other worlds. She was beginning to see the worlds themselves while still awake, visiting them. One of these places being what she believed to be hell, and she had brought back proof.
Hi, Oren.
Compared to changeability of Strange Dream, Mary had been in serious danger this time. Her ability was continuing to mutate in a terrifying
You could think up such a
way.
convenient method.
Recently, it had felt as if Mary's abilities were getting stronger. At first, they had fun enough just being able to catch glimpses of strange new worlds, but now they were bringing back things from those other worlds as if it was nothing. The proof in question was a rock that Mary believed to be an Izanagi object. We actually hear about Izanagi objects in Reimu's ending in Unconnected Marketeers. According to Misamaru, they are objects that held meaning back during the Age of Gods, objects that hold power equal to gods themselves. Putting aside Mary's
I don't think a child should be... I mean, they're university students, so I guess that they are adults. Unless they, like, accelerated when you get to freaking university in whatever future point that they're in, but, like... I don't think that any human should have a rock that just, you know, has the power of a god sitting inside of it.
ability, Renko decides that they would try to locate more of these objects. In Dr. Latency's Freak Report, Renko and Mary decide to try and publish a book about their findings. In a world where all of information is readily available, said knowledge becomes cheap. Conversely, information held by only a select few becomes extremely valuable. Their experiences in other worlds would be the latter. Mary discusses the existence of a place where yokai live even now, but a barrier resisting travel prevents her from entering. She mentions there being an upside-down floating castle, a forest rich with diversity, a proud, holy mountain kept from creatures who prefer ground, and a deep lake covered in an arcane mist. If it wasn't obvious, she had once again found Gensokyo, and this time she'd come across yokai. She describes other worlds as being composed of particles different from those of our reality. When Renko asks if the yokai that appeared were things like Tengu or Kappa, she instead said they appeared humanoid. She clarifies with, "Physical form has no meaning in that world beyond anyway." We could take this as a possible explanation as to why yokai seem human in Gensokyo rather than their traditional monstrous forms. The next story, Dateless Bar Old Adam, starts after finishing their publication. Swallowstone.
Nah, she's fine. What could possibly go wrong?
Naturalis Historia, under the pen name Dr. Latency. The duo visit a bar where their work has become quite popular with many patrons, having not only read it, but believing it to be 100% fact. Their goal? To find people with similar abilities to that of Mary. Here we learn about the modernization of alcohol, the advancements of medicine, and of course, planned life expectancy being mentioned offhand. But then came time for all the patrons to share their supernatural.
So wait, they're immortal, but they now have to curtail like their length of life.
Natural experiences. Each one seemed fake to Mary, who eventually is ushered to speak herself. It is here she recounts her journey from each of the previous stories, after which she uses her ability to reflect the worlds that each storyteller had relayed, revealing that a few of their stories were actually true. And finally, we reach the most recent CD, Taboo Japan Entanglement. In this story, the club's activities have ceased for a while. In response, Mary sets off on her own to prove the existence of the other worlds she had been visiting. However, 2 weeks would pass, and Mary had not returned from her trip. Worried for her safety, Renko searches Mary's empty apartment for clues as to her location. This leads her to Tanabarazaka, where Mary had disappeared. In an attempt to reach her, Renko tries to activate the taboo of this place, and she does this by knocking over a poor Jizo statue. But sure enough,
I have a strange feeling that that's it's a good way to get your shit rocked by well, I guess the Jizos are neats, according to freaking Narumi? Is that what her name was? Narumi?
a door appears on its back, leading to another world. It is here
it's
she finds
fucking
Mary
Okina.
rescuing her. For Mary, her time within the hidden door had seemed instantaneous. When she had disappeared, Renko had been in front of her already.
I mean, hell, if you play an Ubisoft game, you don't even have to be trying to get your friend back in order to do that. Haha, rings bell. Assassin's Creed Shadows still totally relevant and didn't become irrelevant a week after the fucking game came out. I still don't get why people cared so much about it leading up to it coming out, considering how quickly they stopped giving a shit once it did.
Following this, the story fast forwards in time to the two of them discussing their current theories on other worlds. And this is where the story currently sits today. While I think calling the story of Hifu a slow burn is a bit disingenuous, I think saying nothing ever happens in the story is incorrect. While it always ends with the status quo, we have steadily watched Mary simply seeing strange sights, to being dragged into other worlds. Whether or not the story will ever get a clean-cut conclusion is anyone's guess.
Necrophantasia. Disney's fucked up spin-off. I never did play Black Flag. I should sometime, but I never actually did. I got it as like one of the free games off of Xbox Live. Actually, come to think of it, I don't even know if I could play it now. I don't know if I downloaded it onto my Xbox before Xbox Live died.
But I get the impression Zune isn't trying to head to a conclusion. He uses Hifu to share his own thoughts in story form. Each story contains a combination of dystopian future elements mixed with views of realism versus imagination. In fact, I'm going to put a huge list of all the dystopian elements that have been presented.
Oh, fuck, dude. Okay, well, listen to his
Imagination. In fact, I'm going to put a huge list of all the dystopian elements that have been presented as of now on the screen. Each reading, alongside its plot, offers stray thoughts
Okay.
versus imagination.
So let's see
In
here.
fact, I'm going to put a
Physics stagnated and has moved toward philosophy and explanations because the cost of observation is too great. Nearly every country is in population decline due to reaching the stage of capitalism. Roads have been pretty much abandoned and there's barely any cars around due to the population decrease. There are flowers and weeds starting to grow through cracks in the asphalt in most roads.
huge list of all the dystopian elements.
I didn't expect anyone to ever do a dystopia situation where population decline is a thing. Granted, I suppose if there's anyone that's going to do that, it's going to be a Japanese man. Considering they don't have the rampant freaking exponential increase in size. They freaking... Japan has had a population crisis in the opposite direction, which is why Shinzo Abe was so adamant about his thing. Humans are said to be more in virtual sites than real ones, while not so different to today. Yeah, okay. Scarcity kicked in, thus most things are made with artificial ingredients such as artificial eggs, artificial strawberries. Lunar capital is in danger as humanity begins commercial moon tours. We already figured that out. Terraforming other planets is possible. Terraforming other planets is impossible. The goal became to terraform Earth, presumably to deal with the effects of climate change. Cities are painted to look like forests due to an extreme environmentalism. The world has moved to using methane hydrates as an energy source. That sounds interesting. As society is built on information, the power of imagination decreases. Because of this, mysteries without answers are spurned, which has caused the death of all gods in Japan. Zun describes Japan as their graveyard. Okay, so aside from the gods part, that's also kind of prophetic, depending on when he added that. As we sit in the middle of an era where half of the people that are talking about shit are like, oh yeah, I wanna freaking just make AI stuff instead of actually bothering to learn or be creative. There was someone the other day that was like, oh yeah, I would do it, but freaking learning art is suffering, or something like that, and it's like, if you don't like doing it, then don't fucking do it, dude. Don't try and freaking... Don't try and cause it a virtue signaling thing of, oh, it's just that it's so difficult for everyone. It's like, no. If you don't enjoy doing the thing, don't do the thing. It's different if it's your job, but, like, if you just want to do it as a hobby, just don't do it if you don't enjoy it. What's the point in having a hobby if you don't enjoy it? Then again, I guess that there are League of Legends players that, you know, use it as a hobby, so...
Elements that have been presented as of now on the screen. Each reading, alongside its plot, offers...
Fuck! Yeah, pretty much. I mean, some people do it because they freaking want to get, like, famous or whatever, and I'm like... And then they freaking get mad at themselves if they don't reach a goal that they set themselves that was far higher than they were ever going to reach, to be honest. I know like 4 different people that do that shit. I have 1,000 followers. If I don't get 500 likes on this, then I might as well give up. It's like, no one has a ratio like that, dude. Methane hydrates. Japan is their graveyard. World dominated by science and need for falsifiability has resulted in the topic of yokai totally fading. Old style liquor has become harder to find as new style liquor, which doesn't get you drunk and doesn't give you hangovers, become more popular. Places selling old style liquor become rarer to find. That's just a personal thing from Zun. That's just him freaking talking about one of his hobbies. Good on him. People don't die easily because of the advancements in medical technology, but as a result, the government is setting out lifespan regulations. Most mountain villages have been abandoned as the population decreases and more people settle in cities. Some people still live there, but not many. Mary wonders when the last time she saw children smile was. Bamboo is synthetic is really fucking weird. Protected culture is already dead. Damn.
Plot offers stray thoughts as to our possible future, a world where there is no room left for imagination. It is a world of science and logic with only vestiges of our natural world left to satisfy our minds that are still attuned to living in nature. Each piece skirts the boundary between that logic and the imaginations that preceded them. As this society built on information advances, the power of imagination has been all but extinguished. Where information is equally available to anyone, there is no room left for imagination. Which brings me to my thoughts on the series as a whole in response to how people view it. Hifu is a selfish work. The plot takes a backseat to what Zun wants to talk about, and I can understand why that would not sit well with many people. I personally love how it shows off Zun's writing style, and I encourage anyone mildly interested just to try it out. Of course, as with regular Toho, Hifu has its share of dedicated fans. Some may have had their interest in Toho overall wane, but continue to be fans of Hifu specifically. In fact, the light novel Other Side Picnic was originally planned as a Hifu fanfiction. While a lot of Hifu fan works involve shipping the 2 main characters, they still receive plenty of
What was that called?
In fact, the light novel
Very AK looking gun. Dressed in thrown together clothing. One moment here, let me do a little Photoshop job off to the side here. Let me No, wait, no, that's all in caps. Alright. Now we increase the size of this. Alright. There we go. You can thank me later. Thank you, thank you. Hold your applause.
Other Side Picnic was originally planned as a Hifu fanfiction. While a lot of Hifu fan works involve shipping the two main characters, they still receive plenty of high-quality fan works that choose to focus on adventures and investigations. Some of these include the web novels Welcome to the Hifu Detective Agency and Utsutsu no Yume, a more than 600-page novel starring the pair.
God damn.
There's even a fan-made anime about them. Hifu Club, Activity Record, The Sealed Esoteric History, which I highly recommend for any Toho fan to check out. But yeah, that's Hifu. It's a nice piece of side content
I'm guessing it looks like it's the same style as Fantasy Kaleidoscope, so I'm assuming
for
it's the
fans
same
that,
people
while
that
not
did
directly connected, still has a very Toho feel to it. Something that anyone can pick up and enjoy regardless of whether they're a longtime fan or have just stumbled upon the series. And while I've covered some of the main plot points in this video, the real enjoyment comes from everything in between. So I recommend checking them out if you're interested. But that's all I have for today. If you enjoyed this video, consider subscribing to the channel. And of course, thanks for watching.
That was really fucking loud once it got to the freaking music. That being said, that's all I got for tonight. And I can finally close the Jinso Chronicle tab after more than 7 months, because the every Toho name pronounced is 7 months old, and I know that I had it before that came along. I don't know if there's anyone going that I want to raid into, I'm gonna be honest. I always forget that it does that. YouTube doesn't acknowledge the fact that, you know, me too. Let me category. Is anyone that I follow doing Toho tonight? Nobody! Yeah, but normally Pahi and Red do Toho, so... I think I've rated you recently. Shino is still going. I don't know if they are... There's no indication that they are ending. Yeah, let's raid into Shino. Oh! No, Shino is ending. Because I just saw, let me see who's live. Alright. If Shino's ending, then let's hit up. Hit up Sayori. Everything's breaking. Yeah, Shino has started raid. Shino is actually raiding into Sinnoh. I don't know if I wanna... We could raid into Sinnoh. I don't know anything about Gaia Online, so I don't know if I want to raid into this person. Fuck it. Tomorrow's break day. You all know the rules. We don't stream on Wednesdays. I'll be working on art and long or short form content as far as videos go. There's the socials. You can join the Discord. Follow me on Blue Sky or follow me on Twitter and to keep in things such as when I go live, what I'm going live with, and Art Legacy in the corner. You can also You can also go into my card if you want to commission me in order to see all my prices, and it also leads to all of my other socials that are not mentioned directly. Behave yourselves. You know the rules. If you make a fool out of me or out of yourselves, then you're out. And we'll be back Thursday with possibly art, possibly yapping. I don't know exactly. I'm going to figure that out when I get there, because I don't come in here with a plan. But I'm out of time. Thank you all so much for watching. Thank you for the follows, raids, all that good jazz, and I will see you guys tomorrow. Or Thursday, not tomorrow. Love y'all. Bye.